Hello, welcome everybody to Warpstock 2021 virtual, coming from the Netherlands again. Uh, we tried to put up a physical Warpstock, but due to the uncertainty of the COVID-19 pandemic, people wanted to stay at home. So we're coming here to you from my own living room here in Nijkerk. Um, let's see here. We've got a couple of presentations lined up for you. Most of the presentations are pre-recorded. However, the presenters are available to answer questions, so um, we can you can watch the presentations and you can ask questions on the IRC channel. The Freenode network has become, let's just say, unpopular. So there has been a split. Um, you can use any of the two IRC channels. I'm monitoring them both, and I'm also monitoring the YouTube stream here if you have any questions. Um, oh, I'm getting the response here from Lewis that the volume seems to be low.
Fine here.
And I don't know what it is. Turn up the volume. Sorry, I'll put the mouthpiece closer to my mouth. Maybe then you can hear me better. I can see the view meter on the screen going. Um, oh,
Yellow.
and Alex is reporting. Yes, it's a bit quiet, but
It's okay, it's
yeah,
fine.
okay, relax, relax. Yeah. Okay. Um, well, I don't have any presentation for voice. Nothing has changed. Later this evening, we will demonstrate the new Otter browser running on a high-end new PC built just about 2 weeks ago. And so far, voice has been continuing to work to distribute news, contact the media to promote OS2, and we've also have been working on some other projects. Hopefully next year we will have a Warpstock Europe again in Frankfurt, because it seems that currently the whole COVID pandemic seems to be going in the right direction to allow that again. But for now, um, the next presentation will be lined up in 5 minutes. I think, let's see on my clock here. Yeah, we'll start it in about 5 to 6 minutes. Uh, oh yeah, we can. Let's see. Oh yes. Actually, looking at the length of the recording, first up is a presentation from Alex Taylor, who also contributes to Arca OS, and his presentation is on the current status of UEFI and a new component, which I think is another major technical breakthrough for OS2, GPT disk layout support. Um, the video is about 46 minutes, but you can see why. It's a demonstration of UEFI running on bare metal, not on a virtual machine, and it's also a presentation of the GPT partition support that is under development. Can you start the video, please?
Let's do that.
Good day. So, as some of you may recall, last year I talked about Arcanoa's plans for enabling support for UEFI in Arca OS. And I also gave a brief demonstration of a technology proof of concept of that support. So now I'm going to give an update on the state of this project, and as you'll see, it's come a long way in the past year. First, some obligatory disclaimers. If Arca OS is already working on your hardware with the traditional non-UEFI support, then you are not required to use UEFI and GPT support on that hardware. We continue to provide support for traditional systems. Second, all features, functionality, versioning, and release plans mentioned here are subject to change. These are forward-looking statements based only on Arcanoa's current internal roadmap and are not promises or announcements. Now that that's out of the way, what is UEFI? And if you didn't catch any of my previous presentations from last year or before, or if you've forgotten, or if you just want a refresher, here's the answer. UEFI basically is a replacement for the old PC BIOS standard. As you may know, the BIOS, which was introduced in the earliest IBM PCs, was basically a layer between DOS and the computer hardware. DOS didn't really know how to operate basic computer hardware like disks, keyboards, or display adapters. The BIOS took care of that. The hardware support provided by the BIOS, of course, was very generic and rudimentary. And as hardware grew more diverse and operating systems grew more sophisticated, the OS began to take more control over the hardware. And it did this by OS-specific device drivers, and still does it by OS-specific device drivers. Although up until moderately recent times, the BIOS was still providing a small handful of basic services in the background. So, coming back to UEFI, it is a modern standard which is much more flexible and sophisticated than BIOS, traditional BIOS. The development of the UEFI standard started more than 15 years ago. Computers which rely on UEFI started to enter the mainstream around 2013 or so, which, not quite coincidentally, is when Microsoft released Windows 8. So UEFI is by no means brand new. It's been around for a number of years. However, until recently, you didn't have to use UEFI, even on newer computers, if you didn't want to. And the reason is something called a CSM, or Compatibility Support Module. Now, this is basically a module within the UEFI BIOS that emulates the old BIOS interface. Note that I said until recently, because hardware manufacturers have now started phasing out CSM support in their newest computers and system boards. And this is where it becomes an important issue for OS2 users. More and more UEFI hardware is coming out which has no CSM and therefore no BIOS compatibility. Intel, for example, officially ended CSM support on January 21st of 2020. Why then? Well, basically because that's when Windows 7 went out of support. That was the last version of Windows that used BIOS support by default. Now, most hardware vendors have no further incentive to maintain CSM support, and most vendors have no reason to test it. So, what that means is with every month that goes by, it becomes harder to find new systems with CSM support and therefore with traditional BIOS compatibility. What does that mean for OS2? Well, OS2 uses a few BIOS services, mainly int10, as it's called, for VGA hardware access, and another called int13 for generic disk I/O. And a large part of developing UEFI support for Arca OS has involved circumventing these dependencies. Fortunately, the list of these dependencies is not terribly long. Now, on a slight side note here, one issue that we've seen over the past several years is various BIOS-based systems where DOS windowed sessions and seamless WinOS2 sessions don't work. And anybody who has seen the error message, "This system does not support this sessions video mode in a window," will know what I mean. What this basically means is that the video BIOS doesn't provide the support that OS2 expects. So I bring this up to illustrate that traditional BIOS compatibility on modern systems is not without its problems even when the CSM is provided. So the state of UEFI support. Now it is still being improved, but at the moment, as of now, the UEFI support in Arca OS is quite solid. Just a list of some major points here. We can boot from DVD, we can boot from USB, hard disk, USB stick, whatever, and we can boot from an internal hard disk. We have high-resolution video support working, although at present only the Panorama driver is supported. We have DOS and Win02 support working, including both full screen and windowed sessions. And as kind of a nice bonus, we have full color boot logos, which I must say look a lot nicer than the old 16 color VGA logo. And we also have memory dump, which is to say ring 0 or trap dump support, which is also important, especially for developers. Now, compared to my last Warpstock presentation on this subject, DOS support under UEFI has seen major improvements in particular. A lot of DOS applications are now running with good performance, including quite a few games, and games are an important yardstick because they tend to push the limits of DOS harder than other applications. And for this reason, I'll be showing off several games when running under DOS with UEFI support when I do my demonstration in a bit. And one reason that this is possible, this DOS support, is that our UEFI subsystem takes over the video services that full screen DOS relies on, and which used to be provided by the BIOS. And providing this essentially emulation layer, this gives us a lot more control over that support, over that, especially the video support. And with more control comes more consistency and the ability to continue improving it. Now, for most of the PC's history, hard disks were set up using fdisk or LVM by laying it out into primary or extended partitions, which are defined in the master boot record. And this is known as MBR disk layout. MBR has evolved a lot over the years, and its capabilities have been repeatedly extended during that time, but mostly through a whole lot of kludges and compromises. This has caused OS2 users a lot of headaches, at least when trying to install on a computer alongside another OS like Linux or Windows. Getting OS2 to coexist with these other operating systems has involved an ever-growing laundry list of requirements, instructions, caveats, and limitations. Some of this is a result of the inherent limitations of MBR. But another issue is that LVM, like fdisk before it, is highly intolerant of anything in the disk layout that it considers improper. And you may have encountered some of these issues during install: cylinder alignment errors, corrupt partition table errors, geometry problems when moving a disk image to a different sized hard disk, certain Linux distributions destroying the extended partition container, and of course, trying to use a hard disk larger than 512 gigabytes which already has Windows installed on it. Yeah, that one was a lot of fun. And finally, most systems nowadays are shipped with disks formatted using GPT, which isn't compatible at all. Up until now, the only solution was to wipe the disk and completely reformat it using MBR, or else ignore the disk entirely and just install a second hard disk for OS2. And that is not always easy, depending on what kind of system you have. So, what is GPT? Well, it's short for GUID partition table. And similar to how UEFI is a replacement for traditional BIOS, GPT is a replacement for MBR disk layout. And GPT is actually defined in the UEFI standard, although you can have UEFI without GPT and vice versa. Still, the default assumption of most hardware and software manufacturers is that UEFI and GPT go together as kind of a matched set. Now, from a technical standpoint, GPT, objectively, has a lot to recommend it. It supports hard disks larger than 2 terabytes. It eliminates the old cylinder head sector type of addressing, which gets rid in turn of a host of geometry problems. The whole thing of having extended versus logical partitions is a thing of the past. Extended and logical versus primary partitions is a thing of the past. And in fact, disks now can have as many as 128 partitions at least, and possibly even more. And there is actually one other important thing about GPT. Arkanoe now has GPT support working on Arca OS. You see, everything listed on the bottom half of this slide, we can now take advantage of these benefits on Arca OS. But that's not all. You see everything listed on the top half of this slide. Basically, our new GPT driver eliminates all of these problems as well when used with a GPT disk. So, how does our GPT support work? Well, we have what's called a filter driver that talks to the storage controller drivers, HCI, NVMe, etc. This filter driver reads the attached hard drives, and it understands the GPT disk layout. It performs real-time translation, in turn, to present GPT partitions to the OS2 storage management subsystem so that they look to it like MBR formatted disks. Now, to help manage this, for the time being, we've created a disk partitioning tool called PTE, which is capable of managing the actual real GPT layout on the disks and creating GPT partitions that can then be used with the filter driver with OS2. This is an interim measure. It won't be necessary in the long term once GPT support has been integrated into the normal Arca OS partitioning tools. But when I do my install, you will see me using PTE, in case you're wondering what that is that I'm using. So PTE can see the complete hard disk, even hard disks larger than 2 terabytes. Although this is limited to non-SCSI hard disks, but on the other hand, you're not really likely to encounter GPT on SCSI anyway. To get into a slightly more technical detail about how this works, when you create a GPT partition for use with Arca OS, it gets assigned, you assign it, the GUID, or Universal Partition Type Identifier, which has been designated for Arca OS. Now, the filter driver that I mentioned recognizes these partitions when Arca OS boots, and it presents them to the operating system as individual MBR style hard disks. This translation is all done in memory, so the underlying physical hard disk is still GPT formatted. The OS2 operating system and DASD manager, however, see them and think that they are MBR disks. Now, these partitions, these emulated GPT MBR drives, get mounted automatically, the ones which are assigned the Arca OS GUID. You assign them a drive letter, and that drive letter will be the same across all installations. Now, other GPT partitions, which are not marked with the Arca OS GUID, such as Windows, Linux, whatever, GPT partitions, they can also be mounted by assigning them drive letters. Whether the file system is supported and so on, that's a separate question. But you can mount non-OS2 GPT partitions by assigning them drive letters, and in this case, these drive letters are specific to that Arca OS installation. And furthermore, partitions of any type can be mounted or unmounted at any time by simply assigning or removing their drive letters, kind of like how LVM does that. And this assignment is persistent between reboots. So, using GPT on Arca OS provides the following benefits. You can install ArcOS next to Windows on preloaded computers, even on the same GPT hard disk. Sorry about that. Something just went slightly glitchy there. So, as I was saying, there's no need to, if you're using GPT and ArcOS, there's no need to wipe and reformat the preloaded Windows hard disk on new computers. You can simply install ArcOS next to that other operating system, assuming, of course, that you can resize its partition to make the space available. Also, with GPT disks, there's no more frustrating disk geometry errors in LVM. So ArcOS will no longer complain about certain disk and partitioning error issues that you may encounter with MBR-style hard disks. And, here's a nice one, you can use hard disks larger than 2 terabytes with ArcOS. Let me say that again. You can use hard disks larger than 2 terabytes and be able to access more than 2 terabytes under ArcOS. Now, when managing GPT disks, you can also use other GPT partitioning tools or disk imaging tools from other operating systems, because they will simply see the ArcOS GPT partitions like any other GPT partitions. And for its part, ArcOS doesn't care about the GPT disk geometry because the filter driver handles it all. Now, the biggest current limitation is that each GPT partition that's created for ArcOS has a maximum individual size limit of 2 terabytes. So, in order to use disk space under OS2, including ArcOS, you have to assign it a drive letter. There are up to 24 drive letters available for use. A and B are reserved, but you've got the rest of the alphabet. So you can do the math. With a maximum size of 2 terabytes, 2 times 24 volumes is 48 terabytes. So that is the new effective upper limit of disk space on ArcOS, even with GPT support. Well, I say new. That was technically true before, of course, but with MBR disks, there wasn't really much chance of getting close to this limit anyway. So, 48 terabytes. We hope that's enough, at least for now. Another limitation that I should mention is that USB and other removable disks are not currently supported this way. So, installing ArcOS with UEFI, we will provide a single installation ISO or USB stick for both modes. So the ISO, the USB stick for installing ArcOS they are and will remain dual boot, supporting both UEFI and BIOS systems. So you don't need a separate install disk or stick to handle UEFI systems. Another point that I should mention is once you have finished the first phase of install and put the operating system, you put ArcOS on a UEFI system onto the hard disk. Booting from the hard disk under UEFI requires what's called an EFI system partition. If you already have an operating system on your hard disk running in UEFI mode, an EFI partition should already exist. If this partition already exists, it will be used. ArcOS will use it. If it does not exist, the ArcOS installer will create one for you. You may still have to consider things like boot management for dual booting multiple operating systems. This is the various approaches for this are still being considered by development, but this is something that will be made clear and supportable by the time this becomes generally available. And going back to something I mentioned earlier, installing with UEFI does not require the use of GPT, although it is recommended, and you will need GPT if you want to access an existing GPT partitioned hard disk. So just wanted to make some of those points clear. Now that I've given you a brief introduction to what UEFI and GPT support are all about, and what the status is with respect to ArcOS, next I'm going to be showing you an installation. I'm going to be demoing an install of ArcOS on a modern UEFI system with a GPT hard disk. So what I'll do now is pause the video and then switch over to my demonstration. So I will see you in just a moment. Alright, so now we're going to start the demonstration of installing ArcOS on a UEFI system with a GPT hard disk. So this is a fairly modern system with an 8-core AMD CPU. So it starts with us selecting the boot device from the UEFI menu here, and we've got the ArcOS USB stick inserted. So we're going to select that. As you may notice, we've also got Grub installed because this is a system which already has Linux installed. So here we're going to just select the boot device as the USB stick here, and that will take us to the usual ArcOS boot screen, and then we'll go into the boot options menu. Now this looks much the same as it does with the regular already released versions of ArcOS. The main difference is, well, first of all, you can see the UEFI string at the bottom right of the screen, so you know that it's booted in UEFI mode. And you can ignore the version string at the bottom there. That's just because this was built out of development, and we haven't changed the version string for the pre-boot menu just yet. So at this point, it's basically just go through the pre-boot menu, check the devices. There are a few things that we can't change in UEFI mode, and they're noted on the screen. So there's no real need to go through in detail what I'm selecting, because in most cases it's pretty much the same as any other ArcOS install, except that we also have the NVMe driver as a storage option. You'll see that on the storage page. So just these are the usual options here. There's the NVMe, HCI, and IDE drivers. For the hard drive controllers, it's a Realtek NIC, nothing fancy there. And this is all just default, so we save. And now what we do is we select the resolution, and it just starts up, unpacking the boot files. If you've ever booted an ArcOS USB stick before, I mean, this should look familiar. Nothing especially new in this part of the process. Now this is a fairly slow USB stick, which is why this doesn't run especially fast to unpack the files. So unfortunately, I think the USB stick is actually a bit, well, quite a bit older than the system I'm installing on. So if there's going to be a bottleneck, it's going to be reading the USB stick. So we turned off the boot logo, as you might notice, just for development purposes. And then this is all the usual boot messages. Not much to see here except the ACPI driver. And again, this part of the process is much the same as any existing version of ArcOS. It's just setting up the installer, preparing to start Presentation Manager, which you'll see come up in a moment. Alright, so now the installer is starting. What we're going to do first is actually go into system management, because there's something we have to do. And what is it we have to do? Well, because this is still a development build, we don't have an integrated disk manager. We don't have GPT support integrated into the LVM graphical tools yet. So what we've got at the moment is a standalone partition editing tool that's specifically for managing the GPT partitions. It's called PTE, so we're going to start it now. Now you can access it from the disk menu, but I think we're just going to run it from the command prompt here, so that you can see what the program is called, PTE, and that might be handy post-install as well. So here you can see the disk partitions as seen, and we'll just turn on the GUID. Now the GUID is the unique identifier for for a GPT partition. I mean, GPT stands for GUID partition table. So each partition has the unique GUID and also a specific type. And for the type, there are many kinds, and vendors can kind of define their own. So there's been an OS2, or rather Arca OS GPT partition type defined now. So we will be creating one of those. So at the moment you can see we've got the EFI system partition, we've got the previously installed Linux and Linux swap partitions, and then there's a chunk of free space at the end. So we're going to go there, widen that out a bit. So we're going to select the free space and create, say, a 4 gig partition, and assign it as an OS2 type GPT partition and give it drive C. So 4 gigs, well, 4,000 megs, which isn't quite the same if you want to get technical, and ArcOS GPT. So that shows up. Now we have to actually save changes for this to take effect, and once we save it, it'll actually refresh and show up in the proper order. So now that's done, we can close out of this and restart the installer, where we can sort of proceed as we usually would. So we don't need to change anything here really. We've already read this, so we can kind of speed read it here if we want, but let's just continue. Just sort of the default install personality. And now we still do the disk checking here, just to check for various things, as well as in case there might be non-GPT disks as well. But you can see that unknown partition, drive C, that's the GPT partition that we just created, which you can see under the target volume drop down there. And we'll be able to do something once the disk checker finishes here. Okay, so if we look at the volumes in manage volumes, brings up mini LVM, and you can see that every GPT, well, it kind of presents GPT slots there, but it's got the whole list of drives, partitions, including the GPT partition we created. I'm not gonna really narrate what's going on here because it's all sort of the usual stuff. Much as I love Newfoundland, this is Eastern Canada. Hardware here, you can see the NVMe drivers selected there. This is the Realtek NIC, usual computer name, workgroup name, user. Let's give the computer a slightly better name here. Does it allow underscores? No, it does not allow underscores in host names. Okay. I should know that by now. now we're ready to install. And yeah, there's no point delaying, just go on. It formats the disk quite quickly. And here the install has started. So at this point it just goes on much as it usually would. Um, so not really much else to say in this stage of the game. Um, as I said, we've got a fairly slow USB stick here, which is why it's not going terribly quickly. Um, okay, in fact, what I think I'm going to do is just sort of pause it here um, while this goes, and I'll resume in phase two because there's not any particular need to make everybody sit through the long process of phase one here. I think I'll just quickly show you a bit of phase two and then I'll skip ahead there too because that one takes even longer. So at any rate, that's the start of the install, first phase. As you can see, there's no rocket science involved. We were able to select a GPT disk. We use that special partitioning tool for now, because this is a development build. That will be replaced with a more integrated, more familiar, more usual partition management once we get that done. But as you can see, it's already very functional. It's still very easy to do. And yeah, so I will resume this in phase two. Right, we're back and beginning phase two of the install. So we're booting off the hard disk now. And as you see, we have grub installed, and we've actually already added the ArcOS partition to grub here just to save some time. And you're not required to use grub specifically. It's just this laptop had Linux on it, which came with grub. In principle, I think you should be able to use just about any or any number of UEFI capable boot managers. We're still at Arkanoa contemplating what boot manager in particular, or what boot management solution that we're going to provide when this becomes a retail product. But for now, for the purposes of this demonstration, grub will suffice. So let's select the ArcOS partition. We get our boot blob, and here, if anybody has seen our UEFI demos before, this is a list of bootable partitions that's presented by the ArcOS UEFI loader. And again, this is just kind of the configuration we have it in at the moment. This is something that can be turned off, and as I say, we're still contemplating exactly how we're going to present this in the final product. But for now, just understand that what you're seeing here is a list of bootable partitions that the OS2, or rather ArcOS UEFI loader has detected. And so you see our drive C, which is the 4 GB partition that we created and formatted as JFS. So this is where ArcOS is being installed. So just select that and continue, and notice that we have a beautiful full color boot logo now, another one of the benefits of UEFI. And look at that, we're already done booting. The wonders of modern hardware. So at this point, phase 2 is running and is going to run for a while. So as before, there's not really a lot of point in me continuing to narrate this. So now that I've shown booting off the hard disk for the first time, starting up phase 2, I'll pause this to let phase 2 finish, and then we'll resume once the install is complete. Alright, so the install is now done, and we're just booting up one last time. as before. Beautiful boot logo, followed by the usual driver messages, going by very fast because it's a fast system, and we're done booting. And yeah, so I guess we have to check disk the USB stick. Notice we've already actually finished the install here. So just a quick tour of the system. This is a fully functional Arc OS system running on UEFI hardware and a GPT hard disk. Now, DOS session. This is particularly significant because a lot of work's actually gone into the compatibility of DOS sessions. In the last demonstration, we showed this, I believe, the windowed sessions. But full screen, if I recall correctly, had not yet been perfected. And here we see DOS full screen is in fact working well. There's the old MSD utility, just to show a full screen app running. And WinOS 2 also, full screen sessions working very well now. I mean, WinOS 2 is WinOS 2, we all know what it looks like. But yeah, many of you have probably found, at least if you've tried, that on a lot of the hardware that's come out in the last 5 to 10 years, DOS and WinOS 2 compatibility has tended to suffer a bit. Sometimes full screen or windowed modes don't quite work the way they should, if at all. So WinOS 2 full screen, as demonstrated, that works, but also WinOS 2 seamless mode is also working now, and that's another impressive result of the development that's gone into this. Now, the system, the UEFI system that we have has in many ways allowed us to put in a lot of fixes and support that OS2 DOS and Windows support require in terms of the video hardware. As I said, a lot of recent hardware on sort of classic OS2 environments, the DOS and Windows support is not that great, and the main reason for that is the VGA hardware, the VGA BIOS interfaces in recent systems has just not been very well compatible with what OS2 expects. So UEFI, that VGA sort of BIOS interface has essentially been replaced completely, which has been quite a lot of work to implement, but the great advantage of that is that it allows much better direct control by us over compatibility, because in a sense we are now providing the VGA BIOS ourselves, or a certain subset of it that's needed for the OS2 DOS support. I guess you could almost call it a kind of software VGA card. So the compatibility is really, we should see much. I'm not going to say all problems are immediately and currently forever solved, but I think the problems are getting fewer compared to what trying to run DOS and Windows applications on a traditional OS2 system has been in recent years, and we are much better positioned, Arkanoa is, to improve that and fix problems as they come up, rather than being kind of at the mercy of possibly slightly suspect VGA BIOS. So at this point, what I would like to do is demonstrate some software that's actually running on this. So first of all, that has to be installed. So what I'm going to do again is pause the recording here and then resume once I have some nice applications to show off. So please stand by and we'll be back in just a moment. Alright, so first application I'm going to show you is an old Office application that runs in Windows, WinOS 2. Some of you might recognize it. Um, so no great demonstration for this one. I think we all know what this program is and what it does, but just demonstrating that it works perfectly well, as it should. So sort of demonstrating the capabilities of the WinOS2 system under UEFI. So we're going to do the same now for some DOS applications. I found some old classic DOS programs, games, and others that some of you might recognize. So let's take a look at the first one here. Ah, yes. Does that take anyone back? King's Quest, the old Sierra games, those were great. There's not really much to say about this one. If you know this game, you know how cool they were, but as I say, it runs, works very well, and let's go into some other applications now. Okay, let's go through some others now. Um, let's see. Oh yes. Anyone remember this game? So yeah, in spite of the gimmick, which some people love, some people don't, um, I think it's actually just a really good chess game too. So you can see that runs very well in DOS full screen. Let's let's get out of this and take another look at something else, shall we? Okay, notice that these are running in VGA mode. The King's Quest demo was running in EGA, so we've got the ability to handle both of those resolutions and some others. Never really played this game, but it was quite big once upon a time. So, Lemmings. Not sure what there really is to say here. Like I said, I've never really played this game, so um, it's interesting at any rate. I think that's enough for that, though. Now, there's one more thing I want to show. Two things, actually. Another classic game. This one is pretty famous, or was pretty famous in its day. SimCity 2000. I can't say I ever really got into this game. I was more of a Civilization person myself, but I know how popular it was. So again, we've got a good showcase of just the graphics compatibility uh, of DOS under UEFI. As you can see, there's no issues here. All works perfectly well, which I think is a testament to the great job that the developer's done on the VGA support on this. It's really quite impressive. I think that's about enough for games. There's one other program though that might be interesting, and that's another Office application. And I think you can see what it is. So WordPerfect 6.2 for DOS. I think a lot of people use this, maybe still use it. So if you do, that's certainly something to put your mind at ease. This is the compatibility being demonstrated. So we have a good range of compatibility DOS applications, and I think in many ways we're doing better than we were under the traditional BIOS system on recent hardware. Um, so that's our demonstration. So I hope you found it interesting and enlightening, and thank you very much.
Yeah, hello everybody. Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit confused. Due to the lag in the stream, I still hear Alex talking here, but there's a 30-second delay. So if you can hear him on my headset, Alex is still echoing. A couple of questions where I'm collecting here the questions from different sources, two IRC channels and the YouTube video stream. And oh, sorry, yeah, let me. Sorry. Yeah, I'm there. Sorry. Now I saw myself in the video stream. Anyway, that's an echo, whatever. There were a couple of questions that popped up in the presentation. Some of them I can answer. I'm also part of the ArcNoa test team, so there has been a lot of testing that has been done on all of this stuff. There's a question from Curtis Jones whether sound is supported. That's actually a long-standing wish that I also had in my Menzies days. And Louis Rosenthal, in his upcoming presentation, will go into further detail into that project. That's called the Data Transport Agent. I've actually seen his presentation already, so I can tell you that that question will be answered. But in 5.10, there is currently no sound support for DOS and WinOS2 sessions. There was also a question I see here about HPFS file systems. I don't know why you would be dependent on HPFS. It seems that there are a small amount of applications that will only work on HPFS, but that primarily seem to be either DOS applications that use some weird, not daily form of querying the file system, or you need to create a smaller partition, let's say less than 2 gigabytes or on that boundary. And if you have an application that still doesn't work on JFS, then you know the standard statement that ArcNoa always gives in their presentations, and I'll repeat it on their behalf. No ticket, no issue. So so applications on JFS should work. Let's see here. Are there any other? And I was looking. Oh yeah, I see here that Sigurd Vastenrad is asking, what about the 2 gigabyte barrier for DOS and WinOS2? Does DOS see 2 terabyte disks? I'm not certain. I don't know if somebody could answer that, but I actually think that you're confusing two things here, because the 2 gigabyte barrier is for the file size and the 2 terabyte is for the partition size. So as far as I can tell, you will be able to see the full size of you will be able to see the 2 terabyte partition under DOS, but you will not be you will not be able to access the files bigger than 2 gigabytes. Now, if anybody has a correction on that statement from ArcNoa, just let me know on the IRC channel, but I think that has always been the case on OS2. Let's see here. I need to scroll back here in the YouTube chat. Let's see here. There was a question from Schreiberstein. I wonder, did you implement a JFS UE file system driver, or does the loader do everything? I think that question would need to be addressed to ArcNoa then. I did look into UEFI support and my days at Mentis when I still used to work there, and best I can guess it should have some support built in to read the file system driver, but let's see here. Just following the chat here, what's being said. DOS can only see up to 2 gigabytes of free space. Do anything larger will be reported incorrectly, but it can access the storage. Okay, that's an answer that Alex Taylor just wrote. So let's see here. So about the JFS file system in the loader, I'm not certain in the UEFI loader. I think this is pretty impressive considering that OS2 is 30 years old and we're now seeing it boot on a system with everything bolted on top of it. USB 3, NVMe, GPT, running with ACPI, with a whole bunch of cores. Yeah, impressive. Are there any other questions? I just throw that out on the YouTube channel. Now I just need to wait because there is a lag of about 20 to 30 seconds before my question arrives with you. I do see here some people on the YouTube channel that find it great to see that some of the DOS applications that they were familiar with and are familiar with are working. Yeah, and I think also the video support for the games is pretty impressive, considering that effectively it's a software VGA adapter. Are there any questions here? I think I'm just, I'm seeing nobody raise a question here. As the saying goes, are there any more questions? Going once, going twice? Well, you can always ask them on the IRC channel, and after the presentation from Louis Rosenthal, we can always go back to any questions regarding the UEFI presentation, since two presentations are somewhat related to each other. Okay, then we'll now go to Louis Rosenthal from ArcNoa LLC with his presentation on the ArcaOS 5.1.0 roadmap. This is also pre-recorded, but Louis is available after the presentation or also during the presentation to answer your questions. And after this presentation, I will also bring all the questions together from IRC and the YouTube chat. Can you please start?
Hi, this is your ArcaOS update for 2021, covering the 5.1.0 release of ArcaOS. I'm Louis Rosenthal, managing member of ArcaNoa. Most of you probably know who I am already, so I'll spare you the bio. The 5.1 beta cycle is in full swing. We knew this would take some time to get to GA, and we're pretty much on schedule with our own internal projections. I know, it can't ever get here fast enough. Let's just get some basic terminology out of the way before we delve into the main points for the upcoming 5.1 release. We talk about updates and upgrades. It's important to know which is which from our perspective so that you may better understand what you're doing when you boot from the latest installation media. We version releases of our software as major.minor.bugfix, or maintenance. Our current major release is 5. Don't expect this to change anytime soon. Our current minor release is 0, or O, and we will be upgrading to 1 with the release of 5.1, which will be our first significant point release since 5.0. Minor releases are considered significant because they include new features and functionality. Our current bug fix release for 5.0 is 6, and this is planned to be the last 5.0 release. We may still produce updates for 5.0 while 5.1 is current. Bug fix releases have to date included a few new features, but their focus has been, and for 5.1 will also be, on fixing installer bugs and other things which are more easily done with new ISO builds than individually downloadable packages. We'll talk more about updating as opposed to upgrading a little later on. Just bear these points in mind. As mentioned, 5.1 will be the first significant point release for Arca OS. We anticipate GA sometime late in the third quarter or early fourth quarter of this year, assuming we don't run into any unexpected difficulties. 5.1 will go through our normal maintenance release cycle, 5.10, 5.11, 5.12, etc. We don't yet know how many of those there may be. When the 5.1 cycle completes, we'll move to 5.2 and so on. We have no specific plans for what 5.2 will contain or any subsequent release at this time. We have lots of ideas and long wish lists of things we'd like to see in the future, and really, there's no stopping this train as long as we maintain our momentum. As always, these are forward-looking statements and should not be taken as a commitment to release any of these. However, these are in our internal roadmap, and we will do our utmost to get them into the 5.1 release. That means that some of these may not necessarily be in the 5.10 release, but may make it into subsequent 5.1 maintenance releases. That being said, much of 5.1 is already in beta at this point, so this is not just wishful thinking. There are 5 key features in the 5.1 beta. We'll talk about each of these in more detail a little later on. First and foremost is UEFI support. This allows Arca OS to be installed on the latest generation of systems. GPT support is another feature currently in beta. GPT support is available for single and multi-volume installation types, and we can, obviously then, boot from media partitioned with this scheme. No more MBR requirements, no more cylinder versus megabyte alignment issues. NVMe support will be available in the installer, so these systems will be able to boot and utilize NVMe devices from the get-go. We will have our first national language versions of Arca OS generally available. I'll talk about those a little later in the session, but several are almost to release quality thanks to our hard-working translation team. 5.1 will include an upgrade facility to go from Arca OS 5.0 to 5.1 in much the same way as the 5.0 update facility moves between 5.0 releases. As with updating, the goal of the upgrade process is to take the system in its current state, 5.01, 5.04, 5.06, and just move the OS to the latest version, preserving as much of the post-install user customization as possible. All these features are in beta right now. Let's discuss UEFI for a moment. For those who may still be unfamiliar with the term, we're all OS2 users here, right? You may hear the acronyms EFI and UEFI used almost interchangeably. The only difference is really that UEFI is the Unified Extensible Firmware Interface, which is the latest EFI specification. Intel developed EFI, and by 2005, when other companies got into the technology, UEFI incorporated later submitted changes and deprecated EFI 1.10. The current UEFI spec is 2.9, with 2.8a being the latest published version. Arca OS can boot in this environment just like other OSs, using the EFI system partition. Arca OS may be added to any third-party boot manager. We plan to include a mini boot manager for this. AirBoot is not UEFI aware and cannot be used in this environment. Arca OS itself is relatively unchanged. In essence, the Arcanoe Compatibility System, ANCS as we call it, provides an expected environment for OS2. This means that it essentially provides in software what was previously provided by the hardware using a traditional BIOS. The key takeaway, however, is that we now control that emulated environment. So unlike different hardware from different vendors behaving differently, most UEFI systems should behave similarly. DOS sessions should work for all systems again, and not just on some machines, but not others. The 5.1 installer will create an ESP, that's the EFI system partition, if one is not already present and usable, and will update it if the ESP already contains Arca OS UEFI boot files. The importance of UEFI support for the long-term survival of the platform cannot be overstated. Eventually, we will run out of usable 15 to 20-year-old hardware, and either a reliable traditional BIOS or a relatively complete compatibility support module, or CSM. Many of the newest systems no longer even provide a CSM. ANCS, the Arcanoe Compatibility System I mentioned before, makes possible to boot without even a CSM from the hardware manufacturer. Let's talk about GPT. A few months ago, we announced on our blog the GUID we selected for the Arca OS Type 1 partition. These are the partitions which will be used in Arca OS 5.1.0. GUID partitions are all the same, other than having different GUIDs to differentiate their purpose and or file system format. There are no primary or extended partitions with logical volumes. They're just partitions. And you may have almost as many of them as will fit on a device. I'm not aware of a hard limit, but obviously for Arca OS, we need a letter for each volume in order to access it. So we do run out of letters in the alphabet at some point. Most new off-the-shelf pre-installed systems today come with a disk, likely an SSD, but not necessarily, configured using GPT. Our GPT solution will be rolled out in phases, with each phase planned to be backward compatible so existing configurations may be preserved. V1, which will be introduced with Arca OS 5.1, will provide support for Arca OS Type 1 partitions of up to 2 terabytes in size, created on media in excess of 2 terabytes. That means smaller than 2 terabytes, as well as larger than 2 terabytes. The installer will allow creation and formatting of these volumes, and Arca OS will happily boot from them, just like from MBR-style partitions. NVMe, the successor to AHCI, has become the current standard desktop interface for storage devices. NVMe was specifically designed to take advantage of SSD technology. The NVMe driver version 1.01 was released in April and is included in the current Arca OS 5.1 beta. The installer fully supports NVMe devices just like any other storage adapter. This is another key technology to allow Arca OS to install on modern hardware. Currently, German, Dutch, Spanish, French, Italian, Russian, simplified Chinese, traditional Chinese, Japanese, and Korean are all at varying stages of completion, with the ones most likely to be in the 5.1.0 GA being German, Dutch, Spanish, French, Italian, and Russian. The double byte character set languages are somewhat behind the others in terms of readiness, but we are hoping for some more input on the Chinese variants at least. It is likely that when 5.1.0 is released, some NLVs will be missing translated parts here or there, perhaps some documentation, perhaps some applications. Expect these to improve over time. Even IBM didn't get everything translated. We can add more languages based upon market demand. So if you have need, or better, know of a prospective enterprise with a need for a number of licenses for a given language, please let us know. A commercial contract could fund a considerable amount of work, and everyone needing that particular language would benefit. So what's the difference between update and upgrade? Well, they both work similarly, and the end result should be about the same. Whatever Arca OS version you had before ends up at the same level as the installation media. The difference is really behind the scenes and how much moving about and replacement is required. As we'll discuss later, an upgrade license involves a new purchase, whereas an update is included with a support and maintenance subscription. Upgrading to 5.1 is only possible to 5.1 English because English was the only 5.0 NLV, and upgrading will not change the NLV. When 5.1.1 becomes available, that will include support for updating 5.1.0, and again, the installed NLV must match the installation media NLV in order to qualify. To change NLVs, a fresh install will be needed. Oh, and all 5.1x English releases will support upgrading from any 5.0x English release. Among other features planned for the 5.1 release cycle in general, we have a new printer manager to replace the individual apps we have now and provide a simpler printer installation process, a new desktop background page in the Properties Notebook with some fixes for some known problems and some new features like timed wallpaper changes, previews of more types of images located in multiple directories, and so forth. A new hardware manager, Hardware Explorer, which provides more detailed and updated information on the installed hardware. We'd like to include true desktop search to effectively locate text in PDFs and other data files. Recall looks like a good choice for this, and we are looking at updating to the most recent release, including the Qt5 GUI for it. We really need a newer Java than Java 6. Java 8 is no longer even a useful goal when the latest OpenJDK is 16 and 17 is in development. We need a developer to take on this important project, however. We want to add the ability to select automatically, with the ability for the user to override that decision, the CPU platform for the Unix compatibility system. We already ship on the Arca OS 5.06 media both i686 and Pentium 4 RPMs. This would set up the system as Pentium 4 if the hardware is appropriate. We may add some new desktop productivity apps to the ISO, or we may simply make these available for download and installation from ANPM or the subscription downloads on the website. It's time for a more capable VNC viewer and server, so look for these in a 5.1 release. We're looking at ways to modernize some of the default iNet config settings for a better network and broadband experience right from install. Because security is one of our focus points here at Arcanoe, we'd like to make a system-wide chained squid proxy and privoxy setup a selectable software item and add a configuration GUI. That configuration GUI is not yet written or even planned out yet, but we'd like to add that. Multimac wireless drivers are currently in development. These will also be available separately between ISO releases. We plan to include Qt5 and the new Qt5-based Otter browser when it is ready and stable for production use as an optional software selection, in addition to updated builds of the Mozilla applications. We have a totally new Arca mapper in beta, which is written with a Qt4 GUI. This is scheduled to be in the 5.1.0 release. We think you'll like it a lot. DT Audio currently allows WinOS2 audio to be routed to UniAud. We haven't released this with any Arca OS version as yet. We want to couple that with a virtual Sound Blaster driver for for DOS sessions to route DOS audio to UniAudio as well. All of this is in preparation for a future 5.1 release aimed specifically at retro gaming and showing off our robust DOS and Win3 support for classic PC games, which are not playable natively on any other modern platform. To do this, we also want to provide solid joystick support, which promises to be challenging, particularly to support analog joysticks through game port to USB adapters. Let's revisit the update versus upgrade question. As I've said, updates are included in an active ArcaOS support and maintenance subscription. An update moves between bug fix releases for the same major and minor version. So 5.05 to 5.06 is an update, 5.02 to 5.06 is an update, 5.04 to 5.06 is an update. And as long as the subscription is in force, the latest 5.0. whatever ISO may be downloaded and used to perform an update. An upgrade involves a new license purchase. While we have not yet set pricing for ArcaOS 5.1 upgrades from 5.0, expect a sizable discount over purchasing a new license fresh. An upgrade install will take whatever 5.0 release is currently on the system and upgrade that to the latest 5.1 as provided on the ISO, like a new edition of a book. 5.0 support and maintenance is not going away. Instead, we are planning to maintain those 5.0 subscriptions for customers who do not immediately upgrade to 5.1 and make available updates which are appropriate for 5.0 as part of that subscription. By appropriate, I mean updates for content in ArcaOS 5.0. This would specifically exclude any content only introduced and provided as part of ArcaOS 5.1. 5.1 licenses will have their own support and maintenance subscription with content appropriate for 5.1, UEFI updates, for example. Now, there are probably a ton of moving parts which I've left out of this roadmap installment. So feel free to ask questions about specific items, and I'll do my best to answer.
Hello. Well, that was Lewis's presentation on the roadmap where ArcaOS is going. I think based on Alex's presentation and the roadmap that we have is that we have a lot of new items to look forward on OS2. And for the people that have always been saying that it's dead, well, until it's dead, then it's dead. I've asked on the YouTube channel and the IRC channel if there are any questions for Lewis. Lewis will answer them via IRC or on the YouTube channel. And I can read them back here for the people who are not on the IRC or YouTube chat channel. I'm spinning my head round and round to see if anybody has any questions, but so far it's pretty silent. I guess that is a good sign, because then it means that the is there any pathway available for those of us moving from an MBR 5.0x installation to a UEFI 5.1 installation? Either conventional through AN or otherwise. That's what Ihabrium is asking. So I'll let Lewis answer that question. What Lewis is answering is that will require a backup wipe, repartition, install and restore operation. Yes, I can testify to that, because the problem is there are tricky ways to convert from MBR to GPT, but that can be a slippery slope and a potential loss of data. So, oh sorry, Lou. Lewis says that you can keep MBR with UEFI, no problem. If you want to move to GPT, then the conversion is manual. That's what Lewis is asking. Although in my experience, Windows 10, for example, will flat out refuse to boot in UEFI mode unless the disk is not GPT. So maybe that's possible for an Arca OS system, but the UEFI, basically from what I understand, that the UEFI standard allows booting with an MBR disk, but for example Windows 10 and some Linux distributions enforce you to use GPT. But that's something that as a community we'll just have to find out. I guess it's already a great step forward that we now have this technology coming towards us. Let's see here. Lewis says that our UEFI does not require GPT. So I'm just looking here on the YouTube channel if there are any questions there. But I think also, as Alex said, you know, if you already have a running installation, then a switch over to UEFI and GPT is not a requirement. Arca OS will continue to support legacy boot, or the system with the BIOS as it's working right now. So Martin from OS2 World, Martin Iterbede, is asking on IRC if the DTA is producing sound under a DOS VDM. He said that I tried an older beta 2 years ago and I don't know if there was any more progress on it. So I'm just waiting for Lewis to respond to that question. Lewis answers no, DTA audio is a Windows driver. And we need a VDD for DOS sessions. Actually, the DTA originated from the work that I did with John Gowan circa 2004. And that indeed is a driver that you install in Windows 2, and then via a set of layers it talks directly to the audio driver. But there was some Sound Blaster code developed by another developer, but that never came to fruition. So Ibrahim is asking, gotcha, another question. Am I correct to assume we won't be able to get new features announced so far without a full reformat reinstall to an MBR or otherwise UEFI system? Alex is responding to that, to Ibrahim questions on IRC, and his answer is only for UEFI specific features like the DOS software based DOS video support. And we've almost hit the 80 viewers on the channel, so I guess other people looking at this who don't know OS2 find that a joke, but for us that's pretty impressive. So. And I'd just like to remind people that, as one of the people in the OS2 community always says, Stephen Levine, OS2 users live in caves and they sometimes come out, hence the domain name warpcave.com. That was just a short message, but I'm seeing here that there are no further questions here. So Ibrahim says, and just to clarify for sake of it, you cannot install the UEFI specific features if you are migrating from a CSM system, even if the target is a UEFI platform. Well, to give you an idea what I've seen with testing, basically the installer works in two modes. when your system starts up and you have legacy BIOS boot and UEFI boot enabled, the USB stick, for example, will show up twice. Once for the BIOS boot and the other one for the legacy boot. Sorry, the UEFI boot. And it's depending on the choice that you make there if the UEFI components are installed. In other words, if you install legacy boot, then the installer will follow the code path and install just like ArcOS 5.06 is now installing. If you select UEFI, then a couple of other system files are replaced due to the way how UEFI works, how it works. Lewis is saying, in theory, you can upgrade CSM to UEFI. I don't know if Lewis is still going to make a follow-up statement about that. I see here on the YouTube channel, I see here that the user Schreiberstein is asking, will there be MIDI MT32 emulator for DOS sessions or will it be PCM only? That I can answer with certainty from what I've heard. There's only going to be Sound Blaster 16 and OPL3 emulation for DOS games. I don't think they're planning on doing MT32 support. Let's see here. Migrating, Alex is further answering the question from Ibrahim. He says, migrating to a UEFI only system inherently means getting the UEFI features. It wouldn't work otherwise. Exactly, they can't be installed a la carte, Lewis is answering. So the basic thing is that you select UEFI, then you install the UEFI features, and using a CSM boot, you get the CSM features just like in 5.06. It's dependent on what you select for the boot. Okay, Ibrahim now needs a cup of tea or coffee, I think he writes on the IRC. I think I see no more questions coming up here. I'm sorry, I'm looking here at 3 different chat windows. 2 IRC channels and the YouTube chat, so sorry for looking a bit confused, but yes, I don't think there are any further questions that are no further questions. I'd like to then suggest that we take a break. Here in the Netherlands it's 5:30, so we are going to serve dinner, and people on the east coast of the United States are now just about ready for an early lunch, and people in California probably now want to start on their breakfast. And I guess our viewers in Australia are going to be the real diehards, or they're falling asleep already. We did try to pick a schedule that for live questions that everybody can look in, but we can't accommodate all 24 time zones. Okay, bon appetit, enjoy your meal, lunch, dinner, whatever. We're shutting down for now. We'll be back at 7 p.m. Dutch time or 1 p.m. New York time. Okay, I will see you later, and I'll keep reading the IRC chat and etc. And we'll make notes for it later, and then we can always revisit some of those questions later. See you in 1.5 hours. Thank you for your time and attention. Oh, time flies when having fun. As you might have noticed, I was just looking at a new browser. Let's see, when did I started it? 1818. Okay, that's what you see running on the screen in the background is the new Otter browser, of which we'll do a demonstration later. As some people have already noticed, Firefox is starting to show its age, but we'll come up with a demonstration later of the new browser that will also go into public beta. So as you can see, I can see myself now running in stereo, but just with a delay of about 30 seconds. So I've now got a mime actor actually imitating me, but just with 30 seconds delay. Okay, we can go to the next presentation, please. Could you please start the presentation from Alex? Oh, by the way, we've had a slight reshuffle of the program, but I don't think that's really an issue for now. Next up is Alex Taylor with a presentation on ArcaMapper. Short summary, remember how you made connections under OS2 to a network share on another PC or server. That's what's called a LAN manager, and that has been quite outdated by now. Arca OS already ships with something called ArcaMapper, but that also doesn't meet the requirements for modern usage, and Alex has been working on a new replacement for that. This is also a pre-recorded presentation. We will patch in Alex via Skype after this presentation to answer any questions. And I've already seen it, of course, but I think you'll be impressed by how it looks and how it works. Alex, the floor is digitally yours. Start the video, please.
Hello. I'm going to talk about the next generation of LAN client, or ArcaMapper, which is set for inclusion in ArcOS 5.1. Now, LAN clients have been available for OS2 since the very early days, and they've been a standard part of the operating system since Warp Connect. The last iteration of IBM's OS2 LAN client, the file and print client, was last updated in the convenience packages, which are now around 20 years old. Unfortunately, the file and print client just doesn't really support modern LAN environments anymore. Now, for compatibility, ArcOS still includes the file and print client as an optional component, but for modern networks containing Samba or Windows systems, or which use Active Directory or Kerberos, it's really necessary to use a Samba-based LAN client. So, what is ArcaMapper? ArcaMapper is basically the umbrella name that we give to the NetDrive-based LAN client, which is included in ArcOS. So to be specific, ArcaMapper includes the following components. The free edition of NetDrive. When I say free, it is licensed for unlimited use with the NetDrive Samba plugin and that plugin only, and without the standard NetDrive control panel. So ArcaMapper includes that NetDrive, and it includes that plugin, NDP-SMB, the NetDrive Samba plugin. Additionally, it includes a set of utilities known as the Samba client utilities, as well as a Kerberos 5 authentication system called Heimdall. And finally, and perhaps most relevantly here, it includes a custom user interface. Now, in ArcOS 5.0, the interface that was provided for ArcaMapper was a rebranded and slightly tweaked EVFS GUI, which is fairly straightforward GUI that was written probably about a dozen years ago originally. It's evolved a bit since then. It's evolved quite a lot since then. Primarily written by myself and Herwig Bauernfeind. But we decided, or I, and in conjunction with the others at Arkanoa, decided that it is time to provide a different new generation of user interface for the upcoming ArcOS 5.1. And I'll get into why in a little bit. So the new ArcaMapper UI is set for inclusion in ArcOS 5.1, and that's what I'm going to be introducing to you all here today. So then, why a new ArcaMapper UI? Well, as I said, ArcOS 5.0 used a rebranded EVFS GUI, which was, it did the job, but there are some issues with this. The main issue, I would say, is that EVFS GUI is kind of tricky to maintain. It's written in a fairly specialized Rex-based GUI environment, and the program has grown to the point and to a level of complexity where it is kind of approaching its design limitations. It was originally designed as a very, very basic, simple program, and it's kind of had a lot of functionality sort of layered onto it over a number of years. And with each new bit of functionality, the whole program kind of gets bigger and a bit more cumbersome and tricky to maintain, and there's a lot of moving parts that you got to make sure fit together properly. So it's becoming, on an architectural level, rather tricky to keep maintaining and expanding this program. So that's one reason why I thought it best to move away from it going forward. Another limitation is that EVFS GUI relies on the Samba command line programs for a number of pieces of its functionality, but doing this can and has caused issues in case the syntax or behavior of these command line programs changes in the slightest way. So we've opted to go for a new ArcaMapper UI for ArcOS 5.1, and this provides us with a number of advantages. The new version, instead of calling standalone command line programs, it links, well, it does this in one or two cases, but generally speaking, it links directly to libraries, either the Samba libraries or the Heimdall-Kerberos libraries. Doing this is faster and more reliable than calling separate programs. Second, it uses a modular design, which is considerably more flexible, both on a technical level as well as in a legal or licensing context. So I'll show you what I mean by a modular design in a little bit. And third, in my opinion, it provides a more integrated, slightly more OS2-like user experience. At least, well, I say OS2-like more in the sense of the old LAN tools that OS2 users are perhaps a bit more accustomed to using, at least historically speaking. So let's get into how this has been implemented and what it looks like. So as I say, it uses a modular design, and by this I mean the functionality has been divided into specific components, and each of these is provided as a separate tool, but they can work together. So the modules or components that make up ArcaMapper UI, the new version, are an authentication or logon component, a connection management component, which handles actually mounting drives to your system, a browsing component, which allows you to browse the servers and shares available on the network, as far as your network supports that, of course, and finally command line utilities. And so this basically means something analogous to the good old net command. So with all this, there are a number of requirements. They're not particularly difficult. It does require the latest klibc and GCC runtimes, because I've been building this with GCC 9.2. It also requires the latest Qt4 runtime, because the graphical components are written in Qt4, and I believe that is 4.7.3 is the latest version. And finally, it requires the Heimdall and Samba client packages. These are available from NetLabs. You can download them or use yum or npm to install them as you prefer. But of course, all of these will be bundled into ArcOS 5.1 along with ArcaMapper. So let's take a look at the first piece, authentication. This is a tool that is referred to as the credential manager. So the normal user workflow in a traditional LAN environment is to log on once before accessing any LAN resources. And I say once because this is a one-time logon, normally speaking. Once you have logged on, you can then access any resource that is valid for that logon ID, for those credentials, without having to log on again each time you want to mount or access another resource, as long as they use that same credential. So in multi-user operating systems like Linux or Unix or Windows, this process is generally integrated with logging onto the system itself, either by actually sharing credentials between the local system and the domain, or alternatively by using the system credentials to decrypt and access stored network credentials automatically. However, there's a little bit of a problem here because OS2 is not a multi-user operating system. You don't normally log on to OS2 when you boot it up. So this process has to be handled separately. Now, ArcaMapper is based on the NetDrive Samba plugin. This plugin authenticates each resource at the time you mount it. OS2 normally has no standard way to remember credentials after you've entered them. It doesn't have any centralized credential key store, for example. And without something like this, the user ID and password would have to be entered, again, by the user every time they wanted to mount a resource. So the concept behind the credential manager is to eliminate that problem, while preserving security as much as possible. So the credential manager supports several tasks. First, it provides a replacement logon dialog, which, in addition to providing the typical user, password, and domain inputs, also allows the authentication type to be selected, which would be NTLM, NT-LAN Manager, or Kerberos. And then it acts accordingly. For Kerberos authentication, it requests a Kerberos ticket granting ticket, as Kerberos calls it, from the domain's authentication server. So this is basically a graphical version of the Kerberos kinit command. For NTLM authentication, what it does is it saves the entered user, password, and domain into a special location in shared memory, from whence the connection manager and the network browser, which are other modules that I'll be talking about in the following slides, can retrieve them. Another thing the Credential Manager does is to provide a view of currently active credentials, and from this view, these active credentials can be destroyed, which is to say purged from memory, or in the case of Kerberos credentials, possibly renewed if their active period has expired. And if you're not entirely familiar with Kerberos, what it is or what it does, don't sweat it too much. You probably don't need to know if you don't know, but it is essentially an authentication method that is an alternative to the standard sort of NT Microsoft type of authentication. Although in fact, Microsoft Active Directory does use Kerberos in its current iterations. But anyway, if you don't know what Kerberos is, you almost certainly don't need it. The next component is the connection manager. This is where you mount shares. The connection manager is used to connect to LAN drives by mounting them, that is to say, attaching them to a local path so that you can access them like any other driver directory. You can think of the connection manager as being something like a graphical version of the netuse command, if you remember the IBM file and print client. So the basic connection dialog is deliberately simple. There's a screenshot here, and I'll be showing you in a bit more detail later. But it provides fields for the share name and the mount point, and it has a drop-down list for selecting from among currently active credentials to use for this connection. And this also provides the option to log on with a new set of credentials if you want to. Now, you can mount the remote share to the root directory of the selected drive, in which case it behaves like the old netuse command. However, you can also mount it, alternatively, to a subdirectory by typing the full path name into the mount point field. This means that you don't have to use up a drive letter for every shared resource that you mount. And this is useful if you have a lot of shares and not too many drive letters to spare. Now, for each connection, you can also specify the options which will be passed to the NDP SMB plugin. The plugin offers a few of these options, like NTLM level, SMB encryption support, extended attribute support, cache settings, and whether or not to make the connection read-only. And finally, there is also an option under Options, which lets you automatically save the connection, and I'll discuss how saved connections work in just a minute. Now, like the credential manager, the connection manager also has a management mode. In this case, what it does is it lets you see all of your currently active connections. And from this interface, you can disconnect or save a connection, and again, I'll get to saving in a moment, as well as create a new connection by either opening the connection dialog or, if you have one, importing a NetDrive NDC file. And you can save active connections from the NetDrive control panel if you use NetDrive in the form of NDC files, and I believe EVFS GUI also allows you to save connection profiles in NDC format. So if you have these files, you can import them to immediately mount that connection that's defined in it. So this screen also has a tab where you can view your restorable saved connections. Okay, so what are saved connections? Well, you can save a connection from the active connection screen, or as I mentioned previously, when you first create a connection from the connection dialog, it gives you the option of saving it at that time. So when you choose to save a connection, you have the option of either saving it as a so-called restorable or automatic connection, or you can just export it to an NDC file. So restorable connections are actually also saved as NDC files. However, they're just saved in a special directory, which the connection manager scans on startup. And these connections, these NDC files that are found in this directory, are shown on the Saved Connections tab. So from the Saved Connections tab, you can view, delete, or restore any saved connection. You can also choose to automatically mount all restorable connections by running the connection manager program with the /restore parameter. And I'll show you that when I do the demonstration a little bit later. Okay, so the network browser. Browsing the LAN. This has always been a bit hit and miss in any environment. For example, not all servers advertise their presence on the network. Also, some networks may be configured specifically to prevent browsing. However, it is still an important function that a lot of users expect, and therefore ArcaMapper provides one. The network browser is pretty simple in concept. It shows a list of workgroups and servers that can be seen on the network, and, when selected, a list of shares on the currently selected server. Because, as I mentioned, not all servers advertise their presence on the network, you can also explicitly add servers to the network view by putting their host names into a special text file called nbhosts in your system etc directory. Whether, or how much of, the list of shares on each server is visible depends on the credentials that are being used by the network browser for browsing. Now, by default, it uses the sort of standard or semi-standard guest credentials, username, guest. However, you can switch to a different set of credentials if you need to. Of course, if every server on your network happens to require a different login ID for access, then this can be tricky to work with, but I mean, that's just how it goes. So the other thing about the network browser is that you can mount a selected share by double-clicking on it on the right-hand panel. And if you do this, the connection dialog will open with that share name pre-populated, and then you can just select the credential you need, hit OK, and it'll select the drive letter or path, hit OK, and it'll mount it for you. And the last piece is the command line program. This is the only part that doesn't require Qt and just runs straight from the command line. So it's basically meant to be syntax compatible with the IBM net command, or rather a certain subset of it. So the ArcaMapper net command provides the following subcommands: netview for viewing the network, netuse for mounting resources, and nethelp for basically giving you brief help on the previous two commands. It's fairly rudimentary at the moment, but it is provided because some people do happen to be comfortable, or more comfortable perhaps, with the command line net commands. And it does provide a few additional options over and above the IBM version. For example, you can specify whether to use Kerberos authentication or SMB encryption and so on. But generally speaking, it's syntax backwards compatible with the file and print client net command, at least with respect to those particular subcommands: view, use, and help. All right, so at this point, I'm going to provide a brief demonstration of these programs, just to show you what the new ArcaMapper UI looks like in action. So bear with me a moment, and I'll see you in the demo. All right, so here's a freshly installed ArcaOS with the new ArcaMapper UI on it. So it creates a folder, or you will have a folder after install, that looks something like this. So these different icons represent the various different actions that are available using the new UI. Now the first thing I'm going to do is show you the network browser, just so you can get a sort of brief overview of what the network here looks like. So this is the network browser. It's very simple. As you can see, I've got two work groups here. This one is being managed by an Ubuntu VM that I have running on my network on ESXi, and then this one is the one that most of my other systems are on. This thing here is actually my laser printer, which has a built-in print server, but there are no shares on it, so if I try to access it, there's nothing there. So this NSA 320 is one of my NAS boxes. It's a very old NAS. It's about 10 years old, so it doesn't support all of the newest sort of authentication and encryption standards. I've got another NAS called Disk Station, which is a Synology box that I just got last year, and this one is much more modern. This one's my desktop PC, and yeah, so if I select NSA 320, you can see a list of the shares that are viewable on it. I'm currently authenticated for browsing using the default guest ID. So you can see here it shows the current user that's being used for authentication. So if you don't specify anything, it just defaults to guest under whatever your default domain is, and the default domain is defined in your smb.conf, which is, if necessary, created by the installation of ArcaMapper UI. So to show you how to manage different credentials, I'm going to close out of this and show you the credential manager. Now, the credential manager is just credman.exe. I've added the parameter /keep to it. This is an option that keeps the credential manager or logon screen open even after I've logged on. By default, it'll close the window after logging on. But for the purpose of this demonstration, I think it's easier to keep it open. So I've added that parameter. All right, so this is what the credential manager's login screen looks like. It should look fairly familiar. I mean, logon screens generally aren't terribly different from one another. So I'm going to log on using a user that's defined on my newer Synology NAS, and I've called that user file user, just for the sake of this test. So I'm going to keep the authentication type as NTLM, the other option being Kerberos. Unless you have a Kerberos KDC on your network, most casual users probably won't. NTLM is the default, and if you don't know anything about Kerberos, just leave it like that. The advanced button is only available if Kerberos is selected because it sets a number of Kerberos options. And the domain, now the domain string isn't actually that important if you're not running on a centrally managed domain like Active Directory or a Samba server that's configured for to take the place of Active Directory. In a peer-to-peer network, this is really just an identification string that lets you distinguish between different users that might, for example, have the same username. Let's say I've got a user called Alex defined on the NSA 320 NAS. And I've got another user called Alex defined on the disk station NAS, and for whatever reason I've given them different passwords. I need to be able to distinguish those two from one another when selecting them. So putting the domain string, giving them a different domain string kind of helps, allows me to do that. So if you're logging on as an account that's defined on a specific box, as I'm doing, I'm using file user, which is specifically defined on the disk station NAS. So I don't have to do this, but I liked as a sort of habit just to use the name of that box as the domain, just to give it that context. As I say, that's not necessary. You can leave it at the default as long as all of your usernames are defined in the same place, or you don't have the same username with different passwords somewhere on your network. So I'm now going to log on, and it just says it's been successful. And you notice an active button has appeared here. And if I expand that, you can see this shows me all of the currently active credentials that I have. So I now have one active credential, which is disk station file user. It's an NTLM type credential, and it's valid until shutdown. All NTLM credentials will be valid until shutdown. Kerberos credentials are valid until the Kerberos ticket expires. So what I will do now is add a couple of other users. There's a user on my older NAS called, let's call it backup 1. I've created it already. And I call it that because this is a user ID that I can use for running backups, because that's what I use this NAS for. I use it to run my, I use it to zip up my OS2 system periodically, copy it on there. So I'm going to set the domain just to NSA320. Again, I could leave it at the ALTD01 domain if I wanted to, but I like to just use the host name as the domain. So I'm going to log on as that. And you can see I now have the second user. And I'm going to log on as a third user here, and this time I've created a user called test user on my Ubuntu VM with the Kerberos KDC server. So this time I'm going to select Kerberos. I'm going to go into advanced. You can, I don't know, whatever. Most of the time you won't need to mess with these options. If you don't understand what they mean, definitely don't mess with them. I understand what roughly half of them mean, so it's okay. As you can see, the domain has changed to altsand.org. That's the name of my default realm in my Kerberos configuration file, or my Heimdall configuration file, and that again is set up when you install Heimdall, which is the Kerberos implementation for OS2 that we have. So now I'm going to log on here. Log on was successful. And now you can see there is a Kerberos credential here. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to mount a connection. So I'm going to mount one of the shares on my disk station NAS. And I'm going to mount it to drive X. And I could just mount it to drive X as is, but I'm going to put it under the subdirectory photo, which is a nice feature of the NetDrive Samba plugin. You can mount to a subdirectory as well as to the root directory. So just check the options here. So this is a modern NAS, so I'm going to keep encryption enabled. I don't need NTLM-v1. I'm going to leave the rest at their defaults, and I'm going to select file user on disk station because I know this user has permission to actually mount this directory. So this station photo is successfully mounted. All right. So if I now look at manage connections, this shows me all my currently active connections, and you can see I've now got X photo connected to disk station photo. Just to prove it, open the drives object, drive X, directory photo, and here we have a bunch of photos. I think I took most of these when I was living in Japan. Just a bit of a sampling here for you. Actually, I think that one's in Seoul. So is that one. So is that one. Yes. Actually, some of these are from my Korean trip. That's Korean barbecue. Okay, we're back in Tokyo. And there's a nice view. So as you can see, yes, thank you. As you can see, remote access is working fine. This directory is on my Synology NAS. No issues there. Now I'm going to go back into the network browser. And look at this. It's changed to my Kerberos ticket. And the reason it does that is if you have an active Kerberos ticket, the network browser will automatically use that instead of the guest ID. But in this particular case, I want to authenticate as file user because I want to be able to see the shares on my disk station NAS. As you can see, I can see some servers' shares because they're public, but others I can't. So I need to change to a user. If I want to look at the disk station shares, I need to change to a user that's valid on disk station. So I will go to network, authenticate. It lets me select a new logon if I want, the default guest logon, or one of these existing credentials that I've already created. So I'll select file user, enable encryption because the server requires it, I believe. Okay, so now you can see I'm now authenticated as disk station file user, and now I can see the shares on disk station. Interestingly, I can't see the shares on NSA 320 anymore because this user is not defined on NSA 320. So at this point I'm going to switch back to, actually I'm going to switch to NSA 320 backup 1. And because this is an old NAS, I know that it doesn't support encryption, so I'm going to turn that off. So now I can see the shares on NSA 320 again. but I can't see them on disk station anymore because I'm not using that user ID anymore. So you can actually mount a share from here. So looking at the shares on NSA 320, I select backup. This is the drive that I use for running my backups to. Right click on it, or I can go in here and I'll select connect. And this just opens the network dialog. And again, you select the user, and in this case, because I was logged on as backup 1 from the network browser, it was smart enough to pass that to the connection dialog. And it's pre-populated this share name, and I can choose where I want to mount it to. And I'm also going to mount it to drive X, but I'm going to put it in a subdirectory again. Now, as you know, I already created the subdirectory photo, and that's already in use if I try to type it in. So I need to make sure I type in a different path. So I will use backup, select options, and again, this NAS being over 10 years old doesn't support encryption. But what I will do, you see this checkbox at the bottom? Save this connection. I'll check that, and I'll show you what happens when I do that. So it's mounted that share, and so now it gives me this dialog saying asking me how I want to save this connection. So I can export it to a file, in which case I am given a file dialog and I can choose where to save this to, or I can save it as a restorable connection. And I can choose to save the password along with the file or not. Obviously, saving the password in the file is somewhat insecure, at least if anybody has access to this machine. For the purpose of this example, I am not going to save the password. So save as restorable connection without saving the password. And this just shows the details of the connection here. So what happened? Well, it saved the connection as a restorable connection. And I'll show you what that means. So if I go into Manage Connections, you can see I now have the two shares that I have mounted. They're showing under Active Connections. But there's another tab here called Saved Connections. And this is a list of all the connections that I have chosen to save. And since I just chose to save the new backup share as a saved connection, it's showing up here. So I can also save a connection after the fact from this page. So I've already got a saved connection for X backup. I will also save the photo connection. So there's a save button here, and again I get the same dialog. So I will save as a restorable connection. I will not save the password. Okay. If I go back into saved connections, now you can see I have two saved connections, which just happen to be the same as my active connections. So what I'm going to do now is actually disconnect from both of these. And again, this screen lets you disconnect your mounted connection. So I'm going to disconnect from photo. I'm going to disconnect from backup. So now I have no active connections, but I still have the two saved connections. So what can I do with these saved connections? Well, as you can probably expect, the restore button lets me restore one of these connections, the selected connection. If I want to restore all connections, there's actually a separate icon for that. If I close out of here, you see back in this folder there's a restore connections icon, and what this does is it reads all of these saved connections and it attempts to restore them all at once. And the reason I made this a separate icon is so that I can create a shadow of it in my startup folder. Now we don't do this by default yet. I'm looking at ways to maybe provide a configuration option to do this, but it's generally easy for any user to just create a shadow of this object in their startup folder if they want to restore all connections on boot. But that's how you do it. So if I run this restore connections program, restored two connections. If I go back into manage connections, you can see they're back. And yep, there they are. Alright, now I'm going to go into command prompt here, and I'm going to show you quickly the net command. So, as I mentioned, there are a few subcommands that I've got implemented in this new net command replacement. So we've got net use, and then without any parameters, it just shows you what I have attached. I could also mount another share, for example, net use x video NSA 320 video There it is. I don't actually think I have anything on that drive. It's one of the built-in shares that came with the NAS. But I can do that from here. And if I go into Manage Connections, it shows up there too. You can also remove a connection, like that. Now by default, this uses the guest ID, same as the network browser. I could and then I can use the same syntax for specifying a user and password that the file and print client's net command used. It's much the same. That's just a quick overview of how the net use command works. If you've ever used the net command from IBM, it should be pretty familiar. There are a few other options too, like for instance, I added a couple of switches to provide new features, like using a Kerberos ticket or encrypting the connection. So it's reasonably capable. The other net command here is net view, and this basically is a text version of what the network browser shows you. So it shows two work groups, the two servers on the work group, and the 3 servers on the ALT D01 work group. And I can also view a specific server, and there are the shares on NSA 320. So what I'm going to finish up by doing is showing you how log off works. So the Manage Active Credentials list shows all of the active credentials, and if I want to remove them, I just select it and hit remove. So in the case of a Kerberos ticket, that actually destroys the ticket. So I can no longer log on to anything that requires that Kerberos ID. And in the case of NTLM tickets, it just purges it from the memory cache. Now, notice that I've specifically chosen to call this function remove and not log off, and I'll show you why. So log off that guy. I should say remove that guy, and remove this guy. Okay, so what do you think's happened to my connections? Well, they're actually still there. Why? Because deleting a credential doesn't do anything to the active connections that you established with that credential, because the credential is only used by the NetDrive plugin architecture. The credential is only used at the moment you first mount the share. Since the share is already mounted, removing the credential from the system has no effect on the currently mounted resources. So I can still access files on these shares. That's just something to be aware of. Logging off does not remove your existing connections. And that's why I'm trying to move away from the term logging off as far as managing the active credentials is concerned. So I speak in terms of removing the credential. If I want to actually disconnect these shares, I can just disconnect them from here. And so now they're gone. So that's a very sort of rapid fire overview of the new ArcaMapper UI. It may seem a bit involved, but once you've used it a little, it's actually quite straightforward, and hopefully people will find it reasonably easy to use. At least that's my hope. So thank you very much for your time, and hopefully I'll be able to take questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was an update from ArcaMapper from Alex. I guess that shows that OS2 can still innovate by chipping out certain components and putting some new stuff into place, but still has the look and feel of the original. I did see that a couple of questions pop up. Some of them are not ArcaMapper Samba related, others were. So I'll just repeat those questions here. I think Jan-Erik Larka and Mike Koling both answered the same asked the same question. Will there also be a newer Samba server coming with ArcOS 5.1? Since we currently have 3.6.2.5. Louis Rosenthal answered that the server tools are on the roadmap following the release of Samba Server 4. Look for both later in the 5.1 cycle. So I haven't seen any other specific questions here regarding the Arcamapper. I guess that's a testimonial to how good it was, the demonstration. Thanks for creating another innovative tool for OS2 and making it usable. I'm just looking.
Forgot to mention that he's online.
Let's see here. I have Alex here, by the way, on Skype, so if you have any questions for him, let me know.
I'm sure I explained everything perfectly. Nobody is missing anything, right?
Mr. Faulty says, I still think that the UI could be more integrated and use a kind of traffic light logic for the activeness of things. Okay.
Interesting.
The other thing is that here on the let's see here. What happens to automatic restore connection in the startup folder when no credentials are available, no logon? I guess that the logon will just fill. Mike Colling is asking that in the YouTube chat.
It'll just do nothing.
It will do nothing. No error message. It will just fill gracefully.
1 second, I can double check. Yeah, it should just do nothing, fail gracefully. It only gives you an error message if it tries to attach something and actually fails. Oh, another thing that I didn't mention, but probably should have. When you go to restore a connection, as I mentioned, you're not required to save the password in the file. So if you try to restore a connection where the password is not in the file, it will actually look through your active credentials to see if there's a matching credential there already, and if so, it'll use it. You won't have to enter the password. If the credential specified in the saved connection does not already exist, then it will prompt you for that password, but only one time. So any future time that it needs that same credential, it's already got the password, and it's created the credential in the memory cache, so it'll just use that in the future. So it's quite convenient, I think.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I see, I'm just, as I said, my head's spinning around from between 3 different chat windows. I see here that Moritz Clarenbach has a question. Are you planning to add, quote, do you want to disconnect share when using the remove credentials? Question mark.
That's still under consideration. I would kind of prefer not to, but it's a thought. The thing is, the mounted resources that they're queried from NetDrive, because it's NetDrive that manages them. So it's a little it's a fair bit of work to actually figure out if you disconnect a particular credential, whether there are any resources currently using it. You basically have to go through all connections that exist and check everyone's credentials to see if there's a match. And I mean, it's something that I could do. I'm kind of waiting to see how people like the current behavior before I decide whether or not that's something I want to implement. If enough people seem to be asking for that feature, I'll certainly look at it.
Well, looking at how the rest of the industry does it, if you delete credentials in Windows or Mac OS, best that I can tell, the connection stays alive until the next reboot. In other words, they also didn't take the trouble to actually disconnect when the credentials are gone. And the question is, do you want to do that automatically? Since there's also a detach button in the current Arcamapper, I assume that also exists in your current replacement for that.
Yeah, I mean the disconnect button on the manage active connections dialog. Yeah, as I say, it's something I can look at doing if people decide that they want it.
And I think here's a question that I already can answer, but I'll leave that to you. Oh, by the way, on the YouTube channel, Matt Walsh wants to thank you for the excellent presentation. there is a question from Kathleen Briggs, and the question is, will you encrypt passwords in the future? I thought that when you enter passwords in ArcaMapper, they are already encrypted, are they not?
No.
Okay.
They are obfuscated, but they are not encrypted.
Okay.
So anybody who understands the obfuscation, which is extremely trivial, I should mention, will easily be able to just extract the password from them. We are looking at ways of managing encryption, as well as for the in-memory store. As you know, the NTLM passwords are actually saved into shared memory. So, I mean, normally you can't access that unless you write a program to do it. But in theory, if somebody got physical access, or I suppose remote access, to your system, and they really knew what they were doing, they might be able to extract the passwords from the active credentials from shared memory. And if you have a trap dump or something, or something like that, in theory, they might also be exposed that way. So that's another reason that I'm certainly keen to figure out a way of handling encryption. The problem with encryption is, where do you get the decryption key from, and how do you manage that? And that's a dilemma that I've been kind of spinning around in my head for some time. I haven't found an easy answer to it yet, but it's on the radar.
Okay. Okay. I don't think I see other questions popping up here. Let's see here. There's nothing on the two IRC chats here. No. I also see no more questions. Now let's see. There were a couple of other questions here. Yeah, there was Lewis already answered the question about the Samba server, so that one can be taken off the list. Okay, I'm just checking again. No, there are no further questions. Okay, I'd just like to ask everybody for a virtual round of applause for Alex, because he's always the guy that comes up, from my perspective, with the let's just say somewhat more intuitive and more better looking applications on OS2. As a short reminder, if anybody still wants to have a free tour of the IBM text mode LVM tool, after we introduced mini LVM, I think life got a whole lot easier for everybody, and his new latest ArcaMapper replacement, I think, is a continuation of that tradition, making OS2 more user-friendly and looking a bit better. So thanks, Alex, for continuing those efforts. I think that's also nice to say that for a change.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Yeah, okay, there are no further questions. Okay, Alex, thank you. There are still a couple of other questions that got asked on the channel while we had a break. And there was a question if trim support would be added to the operating system. That is more of a question for Arcanoa. What I do know is that would need to be built into the file system, and possibly also the storage drivers, but I don't know. So I don't know if trim support needs to be built in. That's something that I don't know if Louis Rosenthal or David Azareritz could answer that on the chat. I think David was logged onto one of the chat windows, so I don't know if he hears this question right now. So I will just progress to the next question and see if an answer will be given. There was also the question that I read quickly, with the question if Odin 32 is usable to run Windows 9X applications on OS2. For anybody who wants to experiment with it, be my guest. But it's by a far stretch not as good as Wine on Linux is. So I keep seeing that question pop up in my mailbox also from time to time. Oh, can I run? No, 98% of the Windows applications will not work, or they'll have a pretty quick crash if they start up. So it hasn't been it hasn't been updated for more than over a decade, so that's not going to be a feasible option. I have an answer here from David Azareretz from ArcNoah, and he says that trim needs to be in the file system and the storage driver. So, David, can you comment on it if that's something that you are going to look at, or oh, there's also somebody called Guest57, and he asks, would it be possible to write a Ring 0 driver to function as a credential storage hidden from memory, accessible by Ring 3 applications for the network logons? Oh, Alex already signed off, but I can answer that question for you. It doesn't matter if the data is stored in Ring 0 or Ring 3. The problem is, how is it encrypted, and can the data that is stored in memory, can it be decrypted? So if you do a memory dump, for example, can that data be decoded? And that's really the question. So a Ring 0 device driver will most likely not fix that. I also see an answer here from Louis Rosenthal regarding the question for trim support. We have a ticket open for adding trim support. We haven't yet explored this, however. So that's what the answer so far is for the trim support question. But I also get the impression that we haven't seen a single SSD on OS2 dying attributably to the fact that trim support is missing. If I'm wrong, please tell us, but I'm not aware of that. There was also a question from a user who asked if the OS2 community had any objections regarding that HuyaY now has a product with the name OS and then the slash missing 2 in it. I think nobody cares. I think about 5 to 8 years ago, Apple launched a product, and Martin, I think, Etherbeater from OS2 World knows that some Apple products made a whole lot of people enter, I think, OS2, also some deviation into Google, and a lot of people ended up on OS2 World for that reason, but I could be wrong. I think the only people that would care is the IBM legal department, but I think in the United States the trademark for OS2 has even now been dropped by IBM. I'm not certain if it's still in the IBM trademark, in the United States Patent Office trademark database. So yeah, there is more feedback here on the encryption discussion. Alex again writes, the problem with encryption is, what encryption key do you use? It has to be something that the program can automatically generate and know will be correct. Because if you require the user to enter the encryption key every time, it kind of defeats the purpose of saving the password in the first place. And yeah, David Azareretz from ArcNoah effectively writes the same on the other IRC channel. Implementation of credential storage is not the issue. The issue is acquiring the keys to decrypt them again. So, and there was one last question that I have here that was also asked during the break on the on the YouTube chat, and I need to scroll back here for a portion, and it is that somebody, oh yeah, here, Andreas asks, is there a way to limit the time of a check disk when I need to reboot after a crash? In my case, it takes about 20 minutes each time. The standard answer, no ticket, no issue. Here's an example why we need tickets. Your question is valid, can we speed it up? But are you using HPFS volumes? Are you using JFS? I mean, HPFS on a lot of, if you have a lot of HPFS volumes installed on your system, you can get large check disk times because HPFS is not a journaling file system. JFS, on the other hand, is a journaling file system. So if in most cases, if I summarize it correctly, if the journal log of the file system is correct, it will read the journaling log and mark the partition as clean. However, depending on if the journaling log on the JFS partition is marked as not being reliable, then you get a full check disk, and that can take some time. So again, with all of these things is, and I think Martin Iterbide also mentioned that recently on OS2 World. Use David Azawarit, his test log program, to collect data on a system. I've seen a couple of questions here regarding I have this issue and this is happening, but it's very useful for either in a ticket or in a forum to have more data. If you ask my system freezes, what's the cause? Well, it's raining outside, why is it raining? So I'm sorry if it sounds a bit simple, but in a lot of these technical cases we need data to help you. So yes, Robert Stratton says looks like that OS2 Word was cancelled by the USPTO on the 24th of April 2020. But still, that doesn't mean that you can use it, because that still means that IBM has been using it in daily business traffic. So I think that also still provides some form of legal ownership of it. I see that there are no further questions here. There is some discussion happening on the IRC channel regarding those keys. I'm not going to go into that because this is not a technical workshop. I'd like to move on to the next portion of the next Warpstock presentation, and that is the web browser. I'd like to ask you guys if you currently have websites that you cannot access with Firefox. Dmitry has made a I've done an interview with Dmitry Kuminov from BitwiseWorks. He was not able to join Warpstock. Sylvan Scherer was also not able to join. He has been very busy. He wanted to make time, but as you might understand, the corona crisis for some people has been very severe. Sylvan, his businesses were impacted, I can just honestly say, very badly by corona. And now it's the opposite. Now he's extremely busy. He also has a diving school in Switzerland. And Hurik Bouwenfeind from BitwiseWorks was unable to attend due to personal reasons beyond his control. So could you please run the interview with Dmitry Kuminov, and that takes about half an hour. He will explain all of the developments for the browser, the current financial position of BitwiseWorks, and what the status is of the browser. And as I said, I'd like you to collect some of the websites that don't work anymore with Firefox. And after this interview with Dmitry, that takes about 30 minutes, I will give a live demonstration on a live OS2 system, not running in a VM, with the latest version of the browser. So collect them, and then I can show you if the browser can accept those websites that currently don't work in Firefox. Can you please start the video? Hello everybody, welcome to Warpstock 2021, Warpstock Europe. This is a pre-recorded interview with Dmitry Kuminov from BitwiseWorks. He's been one of the people that have been performing a lot of ports to OS2 from other platforms such as Linux. He's been involved with a lot of projects over the years. He works for BitwiseWorks in Austria, from which you hopefully by now have heard. Basically, I consider two important parties in the OS2 community. That's Arkanoa doing the OS development and the driver stuff, such as the upcoming UEFI and GPT, which is very interesting to keep OS2 running on current hardware. And then there's BitwiseWorks, who are doing a lot of the development for porting software to OS2, maintaining tools. There are other people in the community who also contribute to this process. Paul Smedley, people like Albert Paul, I forgot his name, our friend from South Korea. He also does ports. Then there is one of your Russian country fellowmen who lives on Sakhalin Island. I forgot his name. He does the remote desktop port. But this whole ecosystem basically depends on each other. People port software, and some people use, for example, the libraries that Bitwiseworks ports. Over the last 3 years, Bitwiseworks has been working on porting Qt and the DLL that is part of that called Qt WebKit, which is the new rendering engine that turns a web page into a page into your web browser. And last year at Warpstock Europe 2020, we also gave a demonstration of the Qt test browser. And Dimitri is here first of all to explain what was done in the last year. I think by now you guys maintain about 300 different DLLs roughly on OS2, which are in rpmnetlabs.org. I think it's also important to emphasize that all of those DLLs come from Bitwiseworks, but we will get back to that later. So, Dimitri, what have you been working on over the last year roughly related to the browser?
First of all, hello everyone. Yeah, there has been quite a lot going on under the hood here. First of all, we have updated our largest and most important libraries and tools like GCC version 9, libc and its little brother libcx. And actually we did it many times, and some more updates to these two key libraries are still pending. And virtually any OS2 software out there depends on these two libraries nowadays. Then we updated Python version 2 to the latest build, and most importantly, ported Python version 3 to OS2 finally. Both the latest Python 2 and the new Python 3 are already provided as RPMs, RPM packages, which can be easily installed at the same time and perfectly coexist on the same machine. And besides that, for the last year, we updated more than 50 software packages to the recent versions, including Bash, Unzip, pthread, Perl, SDL2, OpenSSL, ICU, which is a very important library for handling international text, CUPS, which is a set of printer tools and libraries to have a printer and to be able to print from OS2 to modern printers. Then it's Poplar, then it's DBus, then it's a new version of CA certificates which are needed for safe SSL connections, and then there is OpenSSH. Finally, the first RPM which actually works. Then there is AutoConf and YAM and many other libraries. Some of these packages never existed before, like DBus, for example. So they were our new ports. And to say the truth, most of this software was needed to port the new version of Qt to OS2, which we also did this year. We updated Qt from version 5.13.1 to version 5.15.2, including, of course, the Qt Web Engine module, which provides a newer version of the Chromium web engine from Google, which is now, after this last update, is at version 83. This is not the latest version from Google, but it's relatively recent. The most recent one in Chrome itself is version 90 right now, so we are not that far away. And as Roderick mentioned, Chromium and the Qt Web Engine module is the key piece in order to have a new browser on OS2. It's also worth mentioning that Qt 5.15.2 is officially the latest version from the Qt company in the 5 series available as open source and free of charge. They also have version 5.15.4 right now. That is 2 least significant numbers ahead of what we have on OS2. But it's only available to commercial customers. So was the decision of the company, and it has been widely criticized by the community since it was announced last year, but they didn't change their decision for some reason. The only thing they changed after that is letting people take the latest Qt web engine sources from their Git repositories free of charge, including Chromium version 87, and then compile and build it on their own if they want to have the latest version of this specific module in the 5 series. This procedure is not available for any other module like Qt base, for instance, and all the rest. As far as I know, they made this exception for Qt web engine because of some licensing requirements in the Chromium code. And we might consider updating this module later on, but it's an open question for now because of financial reasons, and we will come to that topic later. And I would also like to mention that the main motivation of the Qt company to introduce this restriction to limit the further updates of the 5 series to the general public and making it a commercial service is, as far as I know, to force people to use the latest series of Qt version 6. But the fun thing is that Qt version 6 still lacks some C++ modules compared to what Qt 5 has, and Qt Web Engine is one of these modules which are missing in Qt 6. So even if it's not too hard to port Qt 6 to OS2, it makes no sense right now because we will not get what we have in Qt 5. So what we are doing currently? Currently, we are fixing some new regressions in Chromium after updating Qt Web Engine to version 5.15, and once we finish that, we will build the latest version of the real web browser called Otter, which specifically requires Qt 5.15, and it was the main reason we updated Qt in the first place. I guess you already heard about Otter because a couple of months ago I made a test build of it using the older Qt and using consecutively the older version of Otter itself just as a proof of concept, and it generally works. So now once we finish all the glitches in the current Chromium build on OS2, we will build the latest version of Otter to OS2, and it will be also available for general public. So that's basically it. That's all we did in the last year since the last Warpstock Europe last year.
I wanted to zoom in for a moment on a couple of items that have been that have been discussed in the past. Would you agree with me that by now Firefox 45 for visiting a lot of web pages is rendered basically useless?
Yeah, as I already mentioned many times, I think it's useless to continue OS2 development of Firefox because it's just hardly maintainable nowadays compared to Chromium. First of all, there are much more people working on Chromium than on Firefox nowadays. It has better test coverage, it has better debugging, and etc. etc. So the overall quality of the code is higher than in Firefox. In Firefox, come on, it still contains some parts from 80s, from the Netscape Navigator times, and they also do some experiments with Rust there. So it's I think it really makes no sense to continue working on Firefox for OS2. Chromium is much better choice here for many reasons.
And just to emphasize it, it was discussed in the past that we could maybe consider using alternate browsers that are based on the Firefox engine of older builds before Rust. But the real question is there, how long is it going to take before they need to start porting their Rust code? The other thing that you just mentioned is that the market share of Firefox has been dropping like a brick. It used to be high, but to be honest, I don't know how long it's going to take. If 5 years ago you would have called your bank and said, I'm using Firefox, they would support it. But the Chromium engine that's part of the Chrome web browser and Microsoft Edge, those two browsers have a market share of plus 80%. Last time I checked, Firefox was at a market share of about 5%, but maybe those numbers are not really correct. And then there's the real question that why we started this whole journey together with the community, Dimitri. Now that we have a portable version of the new WebKit DLL, is it easier? It's still work that's required, but is it easier to port new builds? Because I clearly remember that when you were working on Firefox 45, one of your complaints was that it was driving you absolutely nuts how many changes were in the code, and that it was just about completely impossible to keep track, and that you were basically almost working for 1 year to port a new build of the browser because of all of the changes that had to be to accommodate the Firefox 45 build on OS2. Is that now improved with the new WebKit port?
Yes, definitely. It's much easier to maintain the Chromium source code because it's more modern. It's a newer project, and they use recent technologies there to develop it. So it's it's much easier to work with it, and it's generally more stable, and they are not changing things that seriously like they do it in Firefox, because in Firefox they try to keep up with the current times and put all this new stuff, all these new standards in the Firefox code base, and the Chromium code base is already made according to all these new standards, so they don't change things that often there. So, and for this reason, it's much easier to compile new versions and to align new versions to OS2. So I basically spent like less than 2 months, I guess, when switching from Chromium 77, which we had in Qt 5.13, to Chromium 83, which we have now. It was barely 2 months, and well, I still need to iron out some things there, but I don't expect it will take that much, at least not as much as it took with Firefox, not a year or something like that, much less, of course. So yes, it's a big improvement, and Chromium is pretty much dominant nowadays, so it was a good choice, I guess. It was a right move to switch from Firefox to Qt web engine, which has Chromium under the hood.
Okay. Let's see here. Where is it? Oh, I've got some notes here that I'm looking at. Now, one of the things that people kept asking, and it's a justified question, why it took so long to port it, but I think we can both honestly open say, and that shouldn't come as a shock to anybody, OS2 is showing its age. It's that simple. The OS is 30 years old. I think Ark Noah has done a breathtaking job. I mean, we've got ACPI. We've even now got UEFI and a form of GPT support, which is, well, kind of mind-blowing that it works.
No doubt.
But you also had to jump through a lot of hoops to get it to work. I'm just emphasizing this question because one of the things that you explained to me is that basically for the Chromium code to work on OS2, you had to implement a lot of code that normally is provided by the Linux kernel to perform memory management and inter-process communication. That wasn't there, and you had to put that into the libc and or libcx DLLs. I think that overall took you about 3 to 4 months just alone to do that.
Yeah, something like that. Indeed, Chromium uses a lot of IPC inter-process communication because it's a multi-process product. It uses processes to do stuff rather than threads, as many usual applications do. There are many benefits of this approach, but anyway, it needs a stable IPC inter-process communication in order for these processes to cooperate. And in Chromium, they use shared memory for that purpose. And the OS2 kernel simply lacks the necessary functionality in terms of sharing shared memory handles and providing needed access to the shared memory and all these other things. So this is what I had to implement from scratch on top of what we have and place it in the user land in the libcx library, which is an extension, which is the bitwise works extension to libc. And besides that, besides providing modern shared memory operations, I also had to provide sharing of sockets between processes. It's not available out of the box, neither in libc nor in the OS2 kernel, of course. Well, there is a way to share sockets in the TCP/IP stack, and this is what I actually used for that, but it's not that straightforward, and it has never supported by libc. So I had to add this support there, and now we can share sockets opened in one process with some other process so that it could use them for inter-process communication. This is what I already did, and yes, together with the shared memory task, it took about 3 or 4 months, something like that. And besides that, speaking of the speed of doing something on OS2, it's important to keep in mind that all these tools we need for the development, like GCC, like the C++ compiler, like the tool chain, like linkers, and of course, like all these libraries, you need like libraries to work with with SSL connections, with videos, with audio, with internationalization and all other stuff. We have to do all these libraries ourselves as well, because no one out there supports OS2 versions of these libraries. There is simply no one doing it, no one caring about OS2 anymore. So it's actually a task for me and for Sylvan and for other guys out there who help us a lot to take all these libraries, align them to OS2 and build them on OS2, and starting from the compiler. So we have to maintain the compiler itself. We cannot just take a usable version from someone and start building programs. No, it's impossible. First, we need to take the sources of the compiler, then we need to port those new parts to OS2, compile it, build it, test it, and only then we will be able to build other programs with this compiler. It's a really long journey. So it should be stated really clearly that this is the only road we have right now. There is no one besides us working on OS2 versions of anything.
Yeah. There were also some questions which in my book were sometimes even worded as criticism or lack of a good overview of the overall project. I think I can say honestly that those people are clueless what they're talking about. What I mean with that specifically is that the Chromium project, the WebKit DLL, is absolutely humongous. When you started on this, was it possible for you as a single one-man porter to oversee all of the potential pitfalls that you could potentially walk into.
No, of course not. And the fun thing here is that in order to estimate the number of work hours, I would basically have to spend that number of work hours to learn this code. It's actually very simple to understand if you think about that. So the cost of estimating here equals the cost of doing the job done. So and this and of course without estimating you don't know all the details, and you cannot predict close enough how many hours or how many weeks or how many months it will require, or even sometimes how many years, and until you do it. It's the trick here. You don't know it until you do it. Because the system is so complex, and there is no other way to predict it.
Just to emphasize for everybody so that they can get a slight feeling of how big the DLL is, the WebKit DLL, it's about 250 megabytes in size. It's huge. Is that with or without LX compression?
It's without the compression. Yes, it's without the compression and without the debugging information. Yes. This is also important. So it's just pure code. It's C++ code and data, and it's about 200 megabytes or even more in size together.
I think it's the biggest DLL OS2 has ever seen.
Yeah, and it was actually already a surprise that the OS2 kernel was able to load it at once, but not before we enabled loading the code segment high into the high memory. Yes. Before that, it was not possible to load it, so we had to use this ability here, because there is just too many things in that DLL, so it's impossible to load it low.
Which actually brings us to the next step, which are the system requirements. I think you would agree with me, after all the testing that I did, is that you at least need a system with 3 to 4 gigs of RAM, the maximum that the kernel can provide, and not a single core system. You can use it, but I think you'll just be grinding your teeth to dust, because the browser requires a lot of CPU power. It's a beast. And the bottom line is that it's a pity that we cannot get a lightweight browser onto OS2, but I think this was the only practical way out for a small community like us to get a decent standard grade browser. Again, when did Firefox 45.9, when did it go out of support with the Mozilla Foundation? I think it was September 2017 off the top of my head.
This is what I remember as well, 2017, yes.
So
something like that.
Stripping the calendar away, that means that it's now 4 or 5 years out of support almost.
Yeah, exactly. And we can't have a light browser. Just install some old version of an Escape Navigator. It's a light browser compared to anything else like from Firefox or Chromium. But this browser will not be able to do a thing nowadays, just because the technology went much further, and there are many new standards and many new technologies that many modern websites use, and there's just no way to go without them. This is one of the reasons, and another reason of having these relatively high requirements regarding the memory and the CPU power is the fact that most systems out there are already, most computers out there, including the mobile devices, are 64-bit systems. And of course, many software is oriented to 64 bits, and Chromium is not an exception here. They write their code, they add new features with 64 bits in mind, and it's actually a miracle that it's still built on 32 bits machines. It's really a miracle. And we are very lucky, because OS2 is still 32 bits, and so we are very lucky that there is some effort to still support 32 bits in the Chromium code base, but they use a lot of memory in the Chromium in the Chromium sources when they render web pages and do other stuff. And of course, they need really wide addressing. And in these terms, 64 bits is very limiting to OS2, to Chromium. So it's not a surprise that it's pushing OS2 to its real limits in terms of memory and CPU power. So anyone should just accept that as a matter of fact, there is simply no other way, and it's still a miracle it works.
Well, I've been talking to Stephen Levine about this, and there might be some ways to reduce the memory consumption, but those are things that are still being discussed at the water cooler. But first, we want to get this browser out into people, and I think the first step is going to be a beta that's going to be distributed to the first set of people, because we first need to test it. The thing that I also like to mention is that basically, out of the box, the WebKit DLL will be marked to load high by default. That means
Right.
that means that the only way to get this to work is that the only supported OS will be ArcOS effectively, because that kernel has the right support for it. And
Yeah, you will need to set the virtual address limit to the maximum to 3 GB as well. This is simply a requirement for Qt Web Engine.
well,
Here.
that's actually no longer required with the latest kernel update that's coming.
Okay.
That's
So there
that's
was some fix to that.
yes.
But still, it directly defines how many tabs you will be able to open. Maybe if, as you say, some bugs were fixed in the kernel and it generally works, you will still not be able to open. I guess you will be able to open like 1 or 2 or 3 tabs with lower virtual address limit values, because each tab
I've been
for example, each YouTube tab requires like 4 megabytes of memory.
I've been running it with 2048, and I was able to open up 5 or 6 tabs simultaneously with the simple test browser. So it's not that
Okay.
bad. No.
It's not that bad. Okay, but it really depends on how heavy these tabs are. If it's YouTube or something as heavy as YouTube, well, you will just get fewer of them. So there is a direct correspondence between the amount of system resources Chromium will have and the value of this virtual address limit setting.
There is one other thing. There is one elephant in the room that needs to be addressed, and that is the financial position of Bitwise Works.
Yeah, that's true. I promise we will come to that later. So here we are. Yes, we are really low on funding nowadays, and it's that low that I had to reduce my work hours for OS2 to basically like 30% of my full time. So this is what I had to do, because I have to do some other stuff to have money for living, apparently. And given the situation with the donations, with the subscriptions, we just do not have enough money to work full time on all this stuff anymore. Yeah.
And I'd like to emphasize here that I think, Dimitri, I discussed that with you. I discussed how I researched the figures to try and get a form of an impression how many people there are. I think that the current OS2 community, there are roughly a few thousand private users. We based that on the fact that we looked at how many people connected with the ArcNoa package manager to rpmnetlabs.org, and over a period of about 6 weeks we found 500 to 600 unique IP addresses. I think, Dimitri, you would agree with me that a large chunk of the money came via voice for keeping the funding going, and voice has about 100 email addresses in its donation database. I think you can already draw out what the conclusion is. The community is effectively having a donation rate of between 5 to 15%, and the rest of the people are downloading these packages free of charge. And it's a free world, but people should understand what the ramifications are of not sponsoring, and it's happening right now. Development is slowing down, and I will put up some pie charts after this presentation later to make these figures clear. It is very difficult to see how many private OS2 users there are out there, but based on those numbers at NetLabs, on the amount of IP addresses, I would say that there are many more users out there, because not everybody runs ArcNoa Package Manager on a daily basis. And second, not everybody even knows that it's there in the system setup folder. So that's why I'm estimating that there are probably a few thousand users out there. And everybody benefits from this work. So, and what you also know, Dimitri, is that recently a couple of the loyal donators that provided a real large chunk of money have stepped forward publicly on OS2 World. I'm not going to mention their names here, but of those about 100 donors, at least 50 to 60% comes of an even smaller group of about 10 people of those 100. So yes, it's pretty evident that a large portion of the money that was donated to Bitwise Works comes from a core group of about 10 donors. And I know that Sylvan in 2020 put in out of his own pocket 7,000 euros extra to keep Dimitri working.
At least. I think it was even more, but well, it's better to ask Sylvan because I don't know the exact numbers. But yeah, his contribution was really significant as well into his own company, basically, which is non-profitable. Well, it's not a surprise, I guess.
It's a German gay MBH, which is basically equal to an English limited company, but it's effectively ran as a non-profit, and Dimitri is the only full-time employee. Hurik Bouwenfeind can currently not contribute it due to personal reasons beyond his control. So yeah, and Sylvan is currently very busy. That is why he didn't have time for a NetLabs for a Warpstock presentation. So
yeah, he's also busy with surviving, of course.
Yes, we can say confidently that Sylvan has been hit economically very hard with his companies due to the Corona crisis. And we are certainly not the only ones that have felt the blow in certain sectors of the economy. So I'm hoping that kind of clears up. After this video, I will try later this evening to do a demonstration of the new browser, the Otter browser, the beta that I have, and I will try and put together some slides showing where the donation numbers come from, so that people can thoroughly understand that we need more people to contribute to the porting of software on OS2. Because I think, Dimitri, that you will agree with me based on the numbers that I presented, is that there is simply a disconnect to the amount of people downloading and the people that are donating. I think it's fair to say that that a lot of people are not aware of the fact that the free software comes from somewhere, and that only a few people are financially contributing to that.
I think that they are maybe they are aware about that, but do not care that much about that. I don't know. Maybe they just think that it was resolved somehow in the past and will get resolved again without their involvement or something like that. Well, it's a fair thought, but anyway, we are where we are right now. Our funding is extremely low, and I had to reduce the number of hours I can spend on OS2 and on Chromium and on Qt and all other things we do at Bitwise.
Yeah. Okay, well, I hope that message sends out a loud and clear signal. It's the truth. It might hurt, but yeah, I can't bring it in any other way. So I'd like to thank you for your time. A pity you can't be there tomorrow, so Dimitri will not be available to answer questions. But I will do my best to answer the questions, and any other questions that can't be answered will need to be sent to Bitwise Works via email then.
Yeah, of course, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you everyone. It was really nice to talk to you. See you soon somewhere on the net.
Thank you, Dimitri, for your time, and take care. Stay healthy.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, well, that was maybe a bit of a long interview, but I hope that kind of gives a insight in where we are with the new browser. As I said, I've got it running on the system, and just to clarify, I've made a 3-slide presentation explaining the what the call for more people to sponsor Bitwise Works is actually based on. Bitwise Works has collected roughly from the community about 47,000 euros over the last approximately 2.5 to 3 years. What you see here in this pie chart is the percentage of sponsorship that came via Voice, the Dutch OS2 Voice Foundation. What this insight gives is that because we collect a large portion of the funding, between 50 and 60% of the total amount came via OS2 Voice, we can state with a high certainty how many sponsors there have actually been. As you can see, that's over 60%. Can you go to the next slide, please? Now, the thing is, it's hard to estimate how many OS2 users there are. As you know, I've worked at Mensis until circa 2013, and we had exactly the same issue. We don't know how many commercial users there were at the time and how many private users. That's totally unknown. And when working on sponsorship for Bitwise Works, I kept pondering, like, how can I get a feel for how many users there are? Now, as you know, Arkanoa ships and provides a free version of its package called Arkanoa Package Manager, which is a graphical user interface for the RPM command line. You can also do it from the command line. The Arkanoa Package Manager, just like a browser, has a special ID that it sends, a text string, to identify itself to a web server. And in June 2020, I asked Adrian if we could analyze the logs to see how many people were actually using Arkanoa Package Manager. Because what a lot of people, from my perspective at least, do not seem to realize is that rpmnetlabs.org is filled for 95% with updates that are coming from Bitwise Works. Over a period of 6 weeks' time, we saw that there were about 500 to 600 unique users or IP addresses. Now, the thing is, I get the sincere impression that a lot of users are not starting up Arkanoa Package Manager, or that it doesn't even exist. I base that on my experience sometimes at Warpstock, but also at Dutch OS2 user group meetings. Is that representative data? I don't know, but as you guess in this whole discussion, it's hard to come by hard data. So the numbers that we have here make me consider that there are probably a few thousand private OS2 users that are using OS2. Now, the thing that is so pressing is that everybody is free to do what he wants, but this is kind of a call out to the community. And, you know, we need more people to make a contribution to keep this work going. A portion of the porting work is being done like people like Paul Smedley, but another portion is also being done by other people. And as you heard, they are maintaining about 300 libraries on OS2 and keeping them current. Could you go to the next slide, please? Now, here's the thing that is a bit concerning. So we've got a few hundred users in a summer break that are using Arch Noah Package Manager, and we collect the bulk of the money to sponsor Bitwise Works, the Voice Foundation that is, and effectively we've got about 100 email addresses. And of those 100 sponsors, the vast majority of that large chunk of money that Voice donated came from approximately 10 from about 10 users, individuals that contributed heavily. There has been one sponsor that contributed anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000. So basically we've got a sponsor ratio of 20 to 1. So I'd now switch over to the actual demonstration, but if people would like to make a donation for a project, please go to donation.os2voice.org. It's not plural, it's donation.os2voice.org. Let's see here. Okay. Yes, if you can switch to the yeah, thank you. Okay, what you see here running is a actual system with OS2 on it. It has 8 cores in it. Alex just pointed out to a couple of websites that he asked me to try, so I will start the Otter browser here. This is actually no longer the this is actually not yet public. This is the Otter browser. I must tell you, it can still crash, but that's more attributable to bugs that still need to be worked out. But this is the actual new browser running. Here you can see that it's using the almost very latest Qt. There is a new version of the Qt browser here's the About window, the Otter browser. So this is what it was all about, to get a new browser on OS2. Now let's see here. If I go, for example, to www.github.com. That's one of the websites that Alex Taylor suggested. It doesn't like it. Let's try it again. I actually, during the video, loaded it up. Let's try again. There we go. And I think that if you look here, it takes a little time to load, but it seems that the website is huge. You can actually see this is this rotating globe. That's typical HTML5 artifacts. So here you can actually see the new browser working. I can also scroll down, and as you can see here, it's loaded with new with new graphical spiced up images. As you can see, there's all of these windows showing text. And this is what I call or refer to basically as HTML5. This is the new type of user interfaces that you will start seeing more and more common. Now, one of the reasons that the system requirements are that high is because the web browser requires a lot of has a lot of resources needed, but also the websites themselves have turned into, well, fat pigs. Some of the sites that I downloaded send a couple of megabytes of HTML data that all need to be rendered. So here you can see the GitHub page. If there are any other suggestions, just let me know. But there was a question if I could go to Dropbox. Now, I do not sadly have a Dropbox account here, but I can try opening it. I just tried it and it came up without any issue. It goes again.
It's better.
Sorry, I can barely see the letters because I am looking at a screen that from a device that captures the video, so I've got a very tiny screen to look at. There we go. There we've got Dropbox, but I don't have an account to log in. One of the other websites that's now also working is Patreon. That also didn't used to work anymore. I can log onto that. Pages like LinkedIn started working. I'll demonstrate YouTube in a second, which also runs pretty smoothly. No, but that was never seen. Now, here's the other thing that was a request from Alex Taylor. Use drivegoogle.com, but I don't currently. I'm trying to remember what my credentials were for Google. Yeah, I don't know why this is setting. It's probably, I don't know why, but it's setting it automatically to Dutch. I don't know why it does it. It probably does that based on the IP address that I have here in the Netherlands. Now if I go to Drive, oh, it's asking me to allow a pop-up. Okay, well, you know what? I'll just try and log in here. Oh, dat mogen ze wel zien hoor. Kan mij te schelen. Oh. No, it's not taken. Okay. Here we can actually see the video stream itself. Now, for Alex's information, I did try tvtroops.org and the browser choked on it. So I will report that to Dimitri. The upcoming browser will be released via RPM this time, and that will finally be the first browser that will be RPM distributed, and also the upcoming updates will be distributed in that way. So, well, that concludes this web browser update. I'm hoping actually that Dimitri still needs 1 to 2 weeks to get the latest Qt code compiling, and then we can go for a beta to a first group of people to start testing it on a wider set of systems. And I'd like to know if there are any questions.
Getting a Drost effect.
I can't see. I am seeing here some questions popping up on the YouTube channel, where was asked for a new Chromium browser. Well, this browser is Chromium based. It's using the same rendering engine. And actually, while you were not seeing this for during the presentation of during the lunch break, I actually had it set to play the YouTube channel for 45 minutes, so it didn't crash in that time. But let's see here. Are there any other questions? Yeah, I'm seeing if people asking if we could make a 64-bit OS2 kernel. Well, that discussion has been floating around through the community for the last 10 to 15 years. If IBM wouldn't give Arch Noah the source code, forget about it. The physical address extension would be great, but I go by what Stephen Levine says, and it could be done, but the way I interpret personally his explanation is consider it wishful thinking. What might be possible, and that's one of the things that I'm looking into with Bitwise Works, is the possibility that the large programs can somehow utilize the memory that the ArcaOS loader above the 4 GB boundary makes available. Whether that can be done is another thing. Yes, and I see Mr. Faulty here providing his usual enlightening comments and say install ArcaOS twice to get 64 bits. And that's I think Mr. Faulty, since you've been working that long at a help desk functions, and I know how long you've been doing it, your brain has been fried. But that's the only way to get through help desk life. You have my sympathy. So I'm just looking here at the questions that popped up. Are there any questions regarding this new browser? I know it has been a long time coming, but you can now see it running. Is it actually still running, or is the frame?
It seems to be frame crashed. What do grabber?
Yeah, the problem is that the frame grabber also sometimes kicks the can. Oh, it seems that the grabber has never mind. The usual stuff. Okay. Are there any questions about the new browser? Or if not, then Jeroen and I will set up the equipment here for the next session and the last session of Warpstock. In this case, from Ben Rietbroek. So we will have a recess for about 5 minutes so that we can set up the presentation for Ben Rietbroek's presentation. So we'll now have a short recess. Thank you for your time. Zet je hem uit dan? As you might have,
Hello?
now I'll introduce you. One of the people in the OS2 community who has been doing software development for OS2 for years is somebody called Ben Rietbroek. He worked on Airboot and several other projects. And he is actually has the objective to come up with a method to develop software in a completely different way. One of the issues is that writing code for OS2 is pretty difficult, and Ben is looking in ways to make that work in a different fashion, and basically he wants to work with that in the form of objects, if I summarize that correctly. But Ben is on the phone right now, and he will give his presentation via a other system. Actually, he will be using the other browser. So Ben, the floor is yours, and you are now live.
Okay, thank you. I have in my right ear the YouTube presentation, and left I hear you on the phone, so there is quite a delay.
It's about 20 to 30 seconds, so yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So, okay. My name is Ben Rietbroek, as it states here, and I will give a little fly around in a nutshell. I'm just now fiddling with the screen update of VNC, so just a moment, please.
Do you want me to open the first tab? I know which order you want to do them in.
Yeah, can you click on nutshell?
Yeah, I'll do that. It's open.
Okay. Okay, well, just a moment, because now I have to get my browser here on the local site.
Moet daar staan daar ook? Ik bedoel, zijn klachten.
Nee.
Okay. So my first OS2 was version 1.1 extended edition. That was back in the 80s, and the extended edition included the database manager. And at that time, I had evening school, and we had assignments where we needed to create programs using SQL. And I discovered that with OS2 and the database manager, you could just put your things that you wanted in some query form, and then it would generate a SQL code for you. So it was very interesting, because we all got A's on our assignments. But to make a long story short, it was my first encounter with generating code from a more abstract view. Now, I also like Tux and Beastie. Tux because it is just a powerful system, and Beastie because it's a very clean system. If you don't know these names, of course, I mean Linux and BSD. And for some time, I've been contemplating, based on this generation from a view, this code generation from a view, on how to get such stuff running on OS2, and to make it easier to develop software on OS2, to port, and also to improve cooperation. Now, the idea is in fact model-driven engineering, and that means that you have a model which kind of expresses scenarios and resources and whatever that can be processed and which can generate several kinds of sources like program sources, C++, C++ sources, other languages, and especially object-oriented languages. One very good example of how model-driven engineering is worked out is in the Eclipse modeling framework. For people familiar with Eclipse, they might know that the total core of Eclipse itself is actually a very small runtime based on something called Equinox, and that the complete functionality of Eclipse is actually provided by plugins. And these plugins are dynamically loadable, selectable, and whatever. And that makes it very handy to have multiple integrated development environments based on the same runtime. Now, we don't have Eclipse running on OS2 because it requires modifications to the Odin subsystem. But since many of the models of Eclipse are actually XML based, which OS2 can process, it is possible to use the Eclipse technology on OS2 to a fair amount of extent. So what I've been working on is called model-driven engineering for OS2. And it is a catch-all phrase actually for a kind of factory engine where you put in models which generate source code and other resources which can then be built and which can then be packaged and made available for installation.
You want to go to the next portion?
Okay. Yeah, talking in pictures.
I'll do that. Or if can you see it?
Yeah, that would be better.
It's updated.
Okay. Okay, now I have to see if a minimize, maximize helps my case here. It does. So I will be minimizing and maximizing to get my view here correctly.
Okay.
Talking pictures, if one gets a document with a lot of text and lots of paragraphs, then you have to read that and there are no eye catchers. And so it's difficult to communicate a kind of concept. So a picture says more than 1,000 words. Therefore, I will be using pictures, but these pictures also come from a kind of free-form model, and this free-form model is a kind of mind map. And that can be processed, if so desired, using XSLT, which can generate also sources and scenarios and other stuff. So in a kind of way, if you remember what I told you about this database engine I used in the 80s, this is actually a kind of visual representation which is easy to make by everybody, which then generates the complex code and border frameworks which can then be built using the development tools. The main mantra is actually from idea to realization, which means that you have an idea, you go to the drawing board, and that is a kind of mind map where you visually work with components that you connect to each other. And for those of you who are familiar with Visual Age, they may be aware of the Visual Builder, especially the one in version 4, which had kind of the same concept. Now you had a canvas, and then you had the IBM class libraries, and you dump some of these components on this canvas, you connect them together with some operation, and then press generate, and then the program would be generated. And one interesting aspect about Visual 8 is also that it's actually a kind of root of what Eclipse has become. Okay, I click on man and fish, I do a minimize, and I do a maximize, and I'm there, okay? Now, one thing I have with coding, especially if you're working together or if you are working on multiple projects, then you always come across some structures or other coding stuff that you use cut and paste in your editor where you need it, and then at some time you have quite a confused state of everything. So this is why generation of source code is an interesting aspect, because it comes from a single point of origin. Now, one could use this editor cut and paste for creating spec files for which to build RPM packages, or one could think, how are these spec files built? What categories do I have, and how can I put this in some kind of model and some kind of engine where one who is capable of searching for binaries using some kind of classification, feeding them to this engine, and then building the packages. So give him a fish and he has food for a day, and learn him to fish and he has food for life. It's a bit the underlying idea about this modeling engine and about the modeling-driven engineering for OS2.
You want me to go to the next one? Oh, yeah.
Well, I will do it because if I minimize and maximize, it seems to work okay.
Okay.
Okay, so now I may be using some expensive terms, but what is provisioning? Provisioning means supplying. It is to supply something. So software provisioning is the provisioning, the supplying of software. If you think about your internet provider, then that one provides you, supplies you with a connection to the internet. This presentation is about providing users of OS2 with packaged software, but more precisely, it is about the processes involved. And what I mean by that, it is actually more about this idea of this man fishing and to supply this engine and supply a method which makes it much more easy for people to join in packaging without having to know all the gory details about how RPM build works or other tools and settings and naming and other conventions, which we do need, because without conventions you cannot have a communication which you cannot connect components. So this provisioning is not about the dumping of one-time package dump, which would be manually created and made available, because the question arises, who is going to maintain? It's going to be a headache, and how can we then package additional software we need to have packaged and have available? So the whole idea is to have some kind of engine that uses this modeling concept, which makes it easy for people to join and have their skills and not be bothered with details. Now, before I go further in this provisioning stuff, I have to do a little bit of reflection. And that is
it not refreshing?
Is a bit, yeah. Okay, and then this one. So don't be offended. I called it the goose, the bad, and the ugly. The goose, the USB 3 upcoming drivers and the NVMe drivers will enable the use of more modern hardware. This is, of course, very important for OS2 to remain viable. Well, what Bitwiseworks has been doing with making the Unix-like userland and the porting of Qt is a very, very important works, because it opens the doors for future development on OS2 and to expand in this direction where we can use Unix-like software and ported software from Unix. And that coupled to the model-driven engineering can make it more easy for people to contribute in that aspect. Well, the UEFI developments, of course, are very important because these allow OS2 to be installed on non-BIOS machines, which will, I don't know what the state is at this time, but one can fairly say that the BIOS will, of course, grow extinct. And the GPT developments will allow OS2 to be installed along other operating systems without the master boot record constraints. Well, the upcoming Chromium-based browser is also, of course, from very importance. So users can still browse the internet, which is now going to HTML5 and uses a lot of stuff that older browsers just don't support or do very quirky rendering on. So these are very important accomplishments at the stage where we are now already. Well, there's also bad, unfortunately, that we are a small community. And that knowledge about our system is fading, and we lack a modern GUI or web-based development tools. So that makes attracting new developers, which I may be dreaming, but I think it could be possible because, well, why do people climb Mount Everest? Well, just because it's there.
Ben,
So
can I make a small addition here?
Yeah.
One of the things that
Yeah.
people might understand that a bit better is ask somebody to write, for example, a workplace shell class. There are very few people that are able to do that, or write code to write a PM program. I'm just giving a hands-on example. I think that we've discussed in the past where you think that that's what you are referring to with a fading knowledge on how to write such programs.
Yes, well, it's not just the fading knowledge. It's also the incredible amount of red tape you have to first type in before you actually have something running.
Yes.
And if we look at some class-based thing like SOM, the system object model, or the workplace shell, then what actually needs to be implemented are a few methods. And the rest of the code is all boilerplate code. So if we could generate that from a model and then just have somebody focus on what needs to be implemented, we could attract a new generation of developers which are more selfie-like, like I can do that, because they are just focused on that part and don't have to know the whole shebang that's underneath it and all the ins and outs of OS2.
Yes.
For instance, if you just have some code to create a PM presentation manager window, and you just use the normal parameters, then it's hidden. And a new generation want to have it visible directly and maximize. So all that kind of stuff is what you would put in the model by using same defaults, but I will address that later. So these are needed, these need to be addressed for OS2 to retain any kind of future relevance. And what I mean by that is that, especially on the development front, and going to GUI-like or GUI-based development tools, and probably also web, and then focused view, we might attract some new people just because they are interested in doing that, because it's an uitdaging,
a challenge.
A challenge for them. And much of the new generation likes these challenges. So let's have a look. Now the ugly, I will do that very fast because it's there, but we know it. OS2 has a heavy 16-bit legacy, the memory map, device drivers, CA edge addressing, and LVM is also in the way for some things we actually would want with the system under the hood. The usage of Ring 2 was a major hurdle which has now been taken away, and that opens interesting roads on the virtualization front of OS2. So while these are not showstoppers, they certainly do not make things more easy, and we will see how that all pans out. I have to look. So excuse me for sometimes minimizing, but okay. Software makes the machine. Without software, we're all dressed up and nowhere to go. This is why the RPM packaging system is very important, and it's important that we can package everything that we want to, starting with existing legacy software. What we need to do is to identify which legacy software is of interest to be packaged, and for that we can do a classification, because if you have some packages that are alike, for instance, in what kind of disk layout they have, functionality and whatever, then some templates can be made for the generation of the spec file. And the spec file is actually the make file for an RPM package. Well, if sources are available, then we can also define build scenarios, define packaging scenarios in case there are dependencies and whatever, and all this stuff can go in such a model, and such a model can be processed. I will show some slides about that later. Now, packaging legacy software is usually a one-time action, because there is no development anymore on such legacy software. But some of that is quite useful, is quite nice. And what we actually also want is when we have some kind of template to generate a spec file for some kind of legacy package, and we find other packages, other binary packages that are kind of like that, it's easy to add them to the engine, so the RPM packages can be generated for them. So classification enables automation. Well, we can safely say that developing native software for OS2 for common use is not the way to go, especially with the mix-based development environment we have now, which of course is required and quite nice because we can use already existing stuff. So in this environment, usually the sources are available. We want to follow upstream developments and integrate these upstream developments with minimal effort. And also, of course, to do compatibility testing, because in the Unix world, slashes are used and colons as separators, which need to be converted to backslashes and semicolons, and there are other issues that will need some tweaking to have mixed software run on OS2. Automation complements our scarce resources. So the more we can do with automation and a modeling engine which generates some sources, and somebody who wants to contribute can just focus on getting things done and not being bothered by the whole class hierarchy or whatever details, simply makes more time available for really doing the work instead of being bothered with cut and paste in the editor or with red tape of boilerplate code. Well, newly developed software, of course, we have some things we might want to develop. One example could be some process that manages daemons, where you can easily start or stop background processes, enumerate them, and do other stuff with them. That of course that of course would be made from scratch because it's highly tight, highly coupled to the system itself. And here also comes the idea around the corner of using a model where you first actually define what you want in some visual form, where then the baseline of the code is generated and the functionality can later be implemented. Well, if you look at Presentation Manager for the graphical point of the interface, we can safely say that at this point of time, building something like that from scratch by, for instance, a new developer is much too complex. It's even too complex for veterans because you have to do all this red tape unless you copy-paste some stuff you already have. Now, the Qt framework offers very sound alternative, and of course there are already very good visual tools, Qt Designer and other stuff that also is in the realm where one can define things in a visual way and where code can be generated and later the functionality, the focus can lay on the functionality. So this coupled with some model-driven engineering, which is at a higher level, at the models one can define and select what kind of scenarios is needed and what kind of blueprint is needed, and then generate this source code, which can be compiled and built into executable programs, libraries, documentation, and other stuff. Now, can we improve things? And that is actually by, I think, by harnessing development tools. Nobody is going, except the veterans, are going to make at the command line to see what kind of targets there are. And it is also very difficult for people which are not directly developers but still have skill sets to join in some kind of collaboration. So leveraging individual skill sets of people and then taking all the details and difficult stuff out of the way is, I think, a method where we can improve this. Broader and selective cooperation is what I mean. People have skill sets, and let's say that two people are interested, have an idea to contribute to some kind of component we want to have. That is selective, I mean. So they are selectively working on this kind of component and only have to focus on its functionality, and the rest of the boilerplate is generated and kind of an environment that is automatically generated by such a model. Sparse development means that you first do an outline. So you have a model, and for instance, let's take a mind map where you visually specify by means of topics and relations what you want, how this functions. And then you can already actually generate an executable. It just does nothing, so it's a kind of a mock-up, but it already does something. And the implementation of the functionality can be gradual. And that is kind of component-focused work. So you actually focus on some kind of component, and exactly that component is where the functionality is, which is part of a larger whole, and the larger whole, the larger picture, you don't have to worry about. And then what I earlier said about creating a PM window where it does not show if you don't tweak the parameters. So to have same defaults and same expectations is an important aspect of a model-driven engineering idea, because if you connect two of those components using a line with some function in it, you expect that you have some expectation about how this would work, and that should be indeed the way it would work. Okay, so that is a bit about the reflection about where we are and how we might be able to improve things. Hello, yeah. So at Force we are working on 3 realms, and the realm is actually a kind of domain. And these 3 domains are engineering, collaboration, and provisioning. And this is part of engineering, which I have to cover because the provisioning is actually built on the concepts of engineering and collaboration. So this realm is about making development for OS2 more accessible in various ways. It does this by harnessing tools and tame them for easier use. So this has to do with the same defaults and like that it behaves like you think it is. But more importantly, actually hiding them behind dashboards, which I will later explain. Conceptually, this realm is about providing ways and means to produce products, and by products, you can think RPM packages, software. So one could say this realm is kind of like a factory plant. So it is the core stuff, which is one big toolbox and building engine. I wonder if this also would work. It doesn't. Okay. I think we crashed.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I'm starting it. I'm restarting it.
It crashes
So
every...
if you're wondering why I'm minimizing and maximizing, it's because my VNC does not update that nice. So, collaboration. Ups, like this. Okay. Well, this realm is about improving, working together to reach common goals. It does this by putting the participant in the center, which means that instead of somebody having to learn all kinds of tools and background information and red tape, everybody has a skill set, and this skill set is the focus point. So it also determines the interface to the tools. And if you are in some kind of area, for instance, you are capable of doing some XSLT transformation, then this is a skill set, and then the interface to the system will specifically have that as a focus. So this enables a participant to focus on the area of expertise and leave the vector tape handling to the factory. All that stuff you don't want to know about. And the goal is to enable construction from parts, where imagine more participants are working at some components in a broader picture. Then by focusing on the skill set and viewing things as connectable parts, this eases collaboration, and we don't have to find out wheels again and again. So the objective is to provide the shortest means to get from an idea to a result, and this also couples the last one to the sparse development strategy, where you first do the outline. So you have an idea, it has an outline, and then using this model-driven engineering, you can actually already create an executable because the outline is all generated for you. Of course, it does nothing, and there has to be done some more stuff, but the idea is to have something working as fast as possible. Now, the provisioning realm is about providing software in packaged form. As I said earlier, software makes the machine. Without software, the world is left up and nowhere to go. And there's an enormous amount of already existing software that can be packaged. There is, of course, in the mix realm, at the source code level, an enormous amount of software. And what we actually want is to make it easy to integrate that stuff and feed that to some kind of provisioning engine, which then generates the RPM packages without having to bother how some tools work. So new packages will emerge and existing packages will be updated. So this is a process that is an iteration. And one can imagine that provisioning highly depends on collaboration and the engineering realms. So the engineering realm provides the tools and harnesses these tools and takes out the rough edges and makes them work together to accomplish more complex tasks. And collaboration is how people work together to easily exchange the things and or ideas they have. So the goal is to have an elaborate amount of installable software packaged using standards with low maintenance and that has a high degree of maintainability. So we don't have to spend much time at things if upstream changes or other changes are made, because we can make that change in the engine, and then this automatically propagates to the results. So from a user point of view, one could view provisioning as a shopping window. It's where the results lay from efforts of ideas, packaging, software development, whatever. Ultimately, a product will be an installable package. Now, as said earlier, model-driven engineering is the method, and
Open it.
No, I have it open. I think. Yeah.
It's open.
So at the highest level, a model processor is nothing else than, for instance, some like a GNU-Make or some other build tool. But instead of plain text files, it accepts, well, let me rephrase that. It's actually, so it's a black box. It has an input. It has a control on how to process that input, and it generates output. And then if we look at some more details, then we can see that at the left input, we can have freeform models, and that are actually your ideas which you first drafted in some kind of mind mapper or made them visual. So they are our first draft. Code can be generated from that, but more specific stuff needs to be done with other kinds of models. And those are the formal models, where eCore is the core modeling system of Eclipse. It's what Eclipse also uses, and that model describes data types, classes, and interfaces. So, for instance, some kind of workplace shell class extension would be expressed in an eCore model, and I actually have generated from the workplace shell using the some interface the interfaces which and then generate and then translate them to an eCore model where you can visually see all the classes and the hierarchy of the workplace shell and data types, and use that to generate code. Now, another model type is the OMF model, and that is actually what Eclipse uses for itself to create release trains. For anybody familiar with Eclipse, as I said also earlier, that actually the core is just a runtime, and everything else are plugins. And how these plugins, which plugins are combined together, those make up a release train. Like, for instance, Eclipse for C++, Eclipse for modeling, Eclipse for PHP, which is actually a collection of plugins which together provide some related functionality. And that is expressed in OMF models. And Eclipse is, if you are familiar, then nowadays you can go to the Eclipse site and specify which things you want to have and have a custom release train or a custom composition built for you. Well, what it actually deals with at some level is projects and products. And projects you can envision as being pointers to source repositories like Git, sub-projects, their interrelations, settings, and whatever. And products are installations. Like, for instance, Eclipse. When you install Eclipse, you have this specific installation configuration, and you have one or more workspaces. And this installation configuration is actually the thing that builds that particular configuration of Eclipse, which would be expressed in the projects parts of this type of model. Now, this model also maps quite good at RPM packaging, because the whole is a project in the sense of that spec files are needed and other settings and what kind of workplace shell objects need to be generated, folders, icons, settings, whatever. And the product itself, which is actually the RPM package. And there you can have several versions of a package with several dependencies. So in the products parts, you can envision as being the source part of the whole, and the product part you can think of as the build part, where we talk in products and versions and dependencies. And then output can be properties, build files, model instances, which I won't go into too far. But the idea is that, like with a black box, you can cascade them, where the output of one black box is the input for another black box. And if you are a little bit familiar with things like XSLT and such XML transforms, or general piping of tools, then you can understand that if you have several model processors in sequence, that they build some kind of scenario to come from some things defined in models at the most left level, which then ultimately propagates to the product, let's say. So an RPM picker package or something else. A program, executable, library, document, you name it. Now, the whole thing is based on the Eclipse modeling framework. And the core of that is eCore, and what eCore in essence is a self-describing class hierarchy, and it encompasses data types, classes, and interfaces. And at that level, you can already understand that that it can generate sources for many object-oriented languages. Or even non-object-oriented, if you want to. So, for instance, if I would define classes in an eCore model, and then I could generate from the same model, I could generate C++ code, I could generate Rex code, I could generate JavaScript, I can generate PHP, Java itself, and actually the sources for this site are based on this, it's simple form, based on this concept. Now, as I told earlier, the OMF model has to do with projects and products. And in a sense, this has to do with if you have an idea, then you do a first scratch and a mind map. Then you actually get more formal, then you get projects where you handle source code in this focused manner. And at the other side, we have products which represent RPM packages, which can be put in repositories and made available for people to install on the OS2 system. UML stands for Unified Modeling Language. It is much like eCore, but much more detailed, and it can be used if things cannot be easily expressed in eCore. All these models themselves are expressed in XML, and XML is an interesting format because it is self-describing, and it also actually kind of functions as a database. This is because all the elements, you can enumerate them, you can give them IDs, and then search an XML file and just extract that element and process it. So this is why this Eclipse stuff, it is possible to use on OS2 because all these models are XML, and OS2 is perfectly capable, thanks to all the ports Bitwise Works has done of the Nix software, to process these models and to generate source code, which can then be built on OS2 itself. So we actually don't directly just need Eclipse, we just need its models. And these models can be extracted from Git repositories and other places. The main importance is that they're all XML, they're all text-based, and they contain many valuable things we can use on OS2 to compose these models. We need to easily create software and port software. Well, one interesting thing is that such models can also be referenced using URLs. So something like wget a specific model can get this model, and then it can be put to the processor, the model processor, and then all the boilerplate sources come out of there, and you can do a build and you have a first mock-up. That's the idea. So XSLT plays a big role in this concept. And models are actually just like blueprints. Like if you're going to build a house, you have a foundation, and that's the whole engineering part. And then you have a blueprint, is how you want to build the house, with the windows, the doors, the measurements, rooms, and whatever. And that's what you feed to some kind of engine. And there are also engineers on the site, which are the collaborators which can talk to each other, which models you use, how you connect parts, and what you want as an end result.
Heb je de microfoon aangezet?
Now, model-driven engineering for OS2 is a broad term for what I'm working on in this concept, and it of course uses the Eclipse modeling framework. Like I explained above, models are XML files, and so what we actually do is plunder Eclipse for everything usable, and then use that on OS2 using a model processor.
Ben, can I
Yeah.
ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you close
Yeah.
to finishing your
Close to
presentation?
the end?
Are you
Yes,
close
I
to?
can,
Okay.
Yeah, well, I can skip this if it's not if it goes in too much details, and go to the provisioning
Okay.
thing.
You're now. Usually we try to keep presentations limited to 45 minutes, and you're certainly not
Yeah.
the first. You're certainly not the first and last person in Warpstock history to go over the time slot of 45 minutes. But you're now on 50 minutes, so if you could wrap it up, and then we can
Yeah.
see if there are still questions from other people.
Yeah, of course. I honestly, I did not keep track of time, and I thought I would there would be a bunch of time left with this. So I maybe have gone into too much detail, but I just wanted to cover some of the underlying stuff because it's actually the basis of the software provisioning, which is the actual subject of this presentation. So I'll go last. This presentation is online, so you can keep viewing it. You can view it afterwards or whatever. Providing means already was there. That was the first one I had. So we will go to a big picture, and this is then how this model-driven engineering stuff kind of would look like visually. So under the hood, we have model-driven engineering for OS2 with its models, generators, engines, development tools, whatever. And so a provisioning engine would be some kind of derivative of this model, this core engine. And then providing this iterative process, and now we have to go counterclockwise, that we have the internet. There is much legacy software of OS2 available. OS2 sources are available on GitHub and other, and NetLabs, of course. Source repositories, images, which can be processed using ImageMagick, other resources, whatever, and that can be gathered. Then we have the classifier, which classifies this stuff, because what we actually want is a template where we can process, that can be used to process lookalike things we grab from the internet. So you can see this as some kind of octopus, which has its tentacles on the internet and then gathers stuff we can use and where we can build packages for. Then we go to the packager, and the packager uses this engine, which is based on this modeling concept. And then in the final stage is where we have a publisher, which then gets these packages, and after testing and some other stuff, it will publish these in the RPM repositories, which are then available for machines that have the URLs linked, so they appear in the package manager and are usable by Yum. Now, from a packager point of view, so assuming some hands will at some time say, hey, I would like to help in that stuff, that you are a publisher, and then you get some kind of dashboard, and this dashboard represents the actions needed to accomplish this task. There is a workspace, and then under the hood there is the provisioning engine, which takes care for the gathering and building, like explained above. Dashboards are an important concept of this model-driven engineering, because dashboards provide the action interfaces. They can be as simple as menu-driven interface, or a dialog box with controls, or a more elaborate notebook. Dashboards map the high-level actions onto model-driven engineering for OS2. Actually, it maps the skill set of somebody who is helping to the underlying tools to make things as easy as possible. Now, File Commander is a good example of a tool that can present a menu structure. So here you have an idea of what you would be faced with if you were somebody helping in doing this and then focusing on some tasks. So we have some kind of menu structure here, and this structure is also expressed in a model. And this model, this definition in the model is just generic. So it can also generate menus for the workplace shell, for the M application, or for even a workplace shell interface like thing. Now, a notebook, of course, is more nice because then we can have GUI-like things. Now, my excuse is that I put a tax notebook in here and not a PM notebook, but I had no time to just. I did not decide to view this until it was later. So don't worry, such things. You can imagine that a PM notebook looks similar like this, can look similar like this. And all this complete layout is generated from a model where it is expressed, and in this model, the model editor can move things around and then generate a new version of such a dashboard. Now we go to, okay. Well, okay, the last part is EPM variants. EPM is a very powerful editor. Using models, we can create rect sources, so it can serve as an IDE, integrated development environment, and variants address certain perspectives. Perspectives, like you guessed it, packaging. Such variants will become available as RPM packages. So an RPM variant can be seen as some kind of super dashboard. And here you can see a simple, very, very preliminary screenshot of an EPM DMO variant. Okay. Similarly, this is the last items. So software provisioning is an iterative process. We are trying to automate as much as possible, and by we I mean what we are doing here at Voice. And we want to develop high-level action interfaces, so anyone willing to join does not have to learn RPM build or other tools. Time will tell how this all works out. Let's leverage OS2. And then I go to my last button. Oops. So thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice day.
Thank you for your presentation, Ben. I'm sorry I had to break into your presentation, but we've got a 45-minute time slot. As you can see, there are ideas in the community, and Ben is basically asking you for help. In the past, I've explained to you that Ben was working on RPMs to be built. I think I need to make a correction there. His idea is to build RPM files with this modeling engine to have consistency in building them. But this whole project goes way beyond that. But this is one of the objectives that it has to reach. But it is also intended to try and make development easier, as a lot of younger people are not familiar with how OS2 development works. So that was a kind of a dive into everything. Ben, thank you. We will talk another time again privately. You can click on the hang up button then.
Okay.
I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in to Warpstock. And now that everybody is awake in the United States, could you play the video from Neil Waldhauer? There's a request for Warpstock US from Neil Waldhauer, and he has sent in a recorded video, and that will be played right now.
Hi, Neil Waldhauer here. I serve as the Secretary of the Warpstock Board of Directors. We are seeking someone to help us produce an online version of our conference.
Warpstock Corporation is a not-for-profit organization of volunteers dedicated to promoting education, information, and social opportunities to those persons interested in computer operating systems and related software through production of at least an annual technology conference. What this really means is that we have a small core group of people working to maintain public awareness of computer operating systems outside the mainstream, helping to ensure that they know about the choices they have in personal computing today. The Warpstock Conference has been meeting every year since 1997. There was no meeting in 2020 due to the pandemic. We ran an online event that was, in our opinion, less than satisfactory for our participants. This year, the Warpstock Conference will be an online event again. We miss having an in-person event and we hope to be able to hold one in the future. In the interim, it is our goal to provide a valuable experience for our virtual attendees. While our statement of purpose is for computer education, we specialize in the technology of IBM OS/2 Warp operating system and also in Arca OS, a current operating system based on IBM OS/2 technology. We are interested both in the history of OS/2 and in the current development of Arca OS on current PC hardware. For that reason, we are seeking a person or persons to join us in producing an excellent online conference specializing in OS/2 and Arca OS. We already have presenters, but we lack the ability to give a truly engaging online conference. We are trying to serve a group of generally mature computer pioneers, from retired IT professionals to still enthusiastic home users. If you are a user of OS/2 looking to engage with the existing community, that would be a big plus. What we need is someone with the experience, personality, and skill to keep our presentation agenda going and our audience engaged.
Thanks from the Warpstock Board of Directors for watching our video. Contact us by email at presenters@warpstock.org if you think you can help us make this year's Warpstock a success.
Well, as the saying goes, that's all, folks. Are there any questions before I say goodbye to you all and hopefully see you in another Warpstock? I'm looking... yeah, okay. I already see here that Mr. Faulty is making is giving a wave of applause for me, and in the background, Jeroen for making Warpstock Europe happen. It's just a two-man show. We've prepared this probably in the last week. I've been very busy with my day job, so it was about 1 a.m. in the night, and we finished some last work montage in the last couple of hours. But here you have it, another Warpstock Europe. I think we can safely say that OS/2 is still alive and well. It has more lives than a cat, and with the upcoming technology coming from Arcanoa and Bitwise Works, yes, everybody say yes. OS/2 could have been dead tomorrow. It can be dead in 5 years, but if everybody keeps saying that it's dead, it will probably still be alive in another couple of years. So thank you for your time. I see no further questions popping up. This video stream will be published online for people to view it outside of this presentation schedule. Hope that everybody stays healthy, that COVID can go over, and that we can see each other probably somewhere in May in Frankfurt for real. It's now 22:15 here in the Netherlands. This is Nijkerk Netherlands signing off. Thank you for watching, and see you online or in the forums. Enjoy your weekend.